All right. Hello, hello. Welcome everyone back to the Happy Hour Show. How you doing over there? Oh, actually, let me. This will be a different kind of introduction. We are certified like legit now. This is a prestigious show. So I don't know, Big K, if you heard the news, but right here, you are talking to one of your 2022 Excellence in Streaming Award winners. Cabana Crypto.
I did hear that.
And Big K, did you know that I am joined by right there, this guy, a 2022 Modeling Excellence as HEXiKINZ Award winner, the Big Krykowski. That's how it was spelled. But yes, Big Kirk, you modeling excellence over there. How you doing?
I'm very excited about it. It just so happened that I hadn't been watching a bunch of the stream, but I turned on the stream live to see that I won that award. I was like, oh, look at that. I won the award. Amazing. So kick ass. So yeah, I was stoked on that.
We are legit now. And also congratulations to our very own Motley investor for winning the brand marketing award for 2022 at the HEXpo. So congrats, Motley. He is traveling today, won't be with us, but we got a couple more guests coming in. And Crypto Events getting situated there. Congratulations to him. He is the 2022 winner of Jenna XRP's Heart.
So, we are all winners here.
We are all winners. All winners.
Well, cheers.
Perhaps you did not hear me say that. But anyway. And first guest has arrived, by the way. You know him as the numbers guy, the accountant man, the auditor of HEX.
Bring him on.
Gunther.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's
going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm so sorry. I'm late.
Oh, you're good. We're late ourselves sometimes. Actually, a lot of the time. So
my friend got into a really bad car accident today.
Oh no, sorry.
Yeah, so I was just trying to make sure she was all right and checking in on her and stuff. And
well, that is the responsible thing to do. We can certainly wait.
So. Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Not bad. Trying to survive this bear market and win moon.
The bear market, the scary bear.
Yeah.
We're down 80%, or we were at one point.
I don't even look at the HEX price chart anymore. I just have it closed. It's too painful. I got sick of all the I don't know. I guess I got sick of all the sellers.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to do that as well. If we're
to do.
I would say if we're going down, instead I won't turn it off, but I'll switch to a weekly to give me a bigger picture in a sense. So that it kind of, not to maybe it is a coping mechanism, but it does help me see the overall picture rather than focusing on, say, a daily or something like that. Or I never do anything shorter than a daily or something like that.
Yeah, now with HEX, you got to look at the weekly or the monthly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I have it usually set on is
every other time frame is just totally wrecked.
Yeah, the weekly. Yep. Let me see. What do I have on it now? I have this here. So yeah, it's the weekly, but
okay, yeah,
just some random lines drawn.
Yep. Even you could pull up put it on Hike and Ashy, see what that looks like.
Hike a who?
And instead of candles,
it'll show you the trend better.
Yeah, if you go to the right next to the candle,
there you go. Click on that. There you go.
There you go.
So yeah, still in the red. When are these HEX OGs going to stop dumping on us? Please stop dumping.
I don't know. This one guy who dumped today, I hardly call him an OG. He's started with 120 million and he's down to about 50. So there's 50 to go. But
oh yeah, I forgot about that guy. That guy's wrecking himself.
Yeah. And it's everybody has the right to sell and take profits and do whatever you want. But man, do you hate money if you're selling 20 million at a time? I mean, what's also cool is the price only went down like a penny for that big of a sell. So that I did like that, but at the same time, it's like, man, we had actually some nice positive momentum there to where liquidity was kind of like turning in our favor a little bit. And yeah, that kind of put a halt to that. But
yeah, what can I say?
Sorry, I rugged myself.
all good, all good. Yeah, I was just saying, like it was bearable, I guess, because the price only dipped like a penny or something like that for off of 20 million sells, so there was enough buy pressure to eat it up. But
yeah,
at the same time, is it's 20 million.
I'd like to see all these guys get shaken out, stopped out. I don't care how long it takes. Get all the large bag holders that have liquid hex out. Shake them out, whatever it takes. Does it happen in a couple of months? Does it happen in 6 months, a year, 2 years, whatever it takes? Just shake them out. You don't want them in the game longer.
Agreed. And ideally before Pulse launches. So the sooner the better.
Yeah, you don't want them having duplicate copies.
Exactly. Yeah. So just shake it all out now. I'm totally good with that. What were you gonna say, Big K?
I was gonna say exactly that. I was gonna say, 2 years. I want them out now. I mean, I'd stomach lower prices now to scare people for if that's what it's got to take, then fine. I'd also like little pumps like this to help them feel like they're getting some extra value out of there. Like I'm fine with all this little bit, this motion down, but I'd like more of it quicker, because I do know that they're going to finish with Pulse eventually, and the less of them, the better.
Eventually.
Yeah, win Pulse.
Eventually.
Please
I don't know, man. So David Feeder in one of the first chats kind of mentioned it in passing. I guess it was the only one that caught it or something, or I guess everybody was there and didn't really tweet about it, but he mentioned like summertime launch now, and I was just like, oh, there it was. So we'll see. Yeah, Richard seemed to speak pretty positive about, I guess, the PulseX part. I guess it's the V3 that's all the trouble right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of ins and outs, things to think about, NFT things and strange coins that have to be dealt with to make sure that, it's just not that those ratios end up proper. I mean, and you're rebuilding this V3 stuff that's not actually forkable, or, so there's work there, that's what I was going to say. 2 more months is the new 4 more weeks.
No, Red Squirrel, not 1 more year, please. It's like you also think about like products like liquid loans. It's like, okay, well, their SAC's going to end soon, and now they're kind of. I mean, I know they're, not expecting Pulse to launch. I don't think like as soon as the SAC's done, but they're launching probably a month or so after Pulse launches, so it's like they have even further to wait down the line, as opposed to us. They're just like when Pulse. Never, of course, treat Richard Hart that, but some are just trolling him and doing that, which is kind of funny. I think Trayvon and a few others did.
I mean, how can anyone? How can you help it if you're a trolling type? It's pretty easy, material.
Yes, Hex 720. The cake isn't quite baked.
Mm-hmm. The bun in the oven.
2 more months is new. 4 more weeks. Yeah, I forget who I heard say this. I think it was. Pretty sure it was a Hexkin, but it's like when you don't hear 2 months anymore, and you hear a month. That's like alarm bell time. That's like, okay, well, clearly something has shifted a little bit to where he's taken it down from the 2 months. So one fine day, perhaps. I
hope he just does the fork and then makes the announcement after the fact.
I am now on board with that as well.
Because you just want to see these guys get wrecked.
Yep.
One's trying to play the game. So.
Instead of like trying to game it, you've had so long to game it and play and set up whatever options that you want. I agree.
Kind of.
What
I
does
don't know.
Big K say?
I also would love to see a nice run up on the announcement to make it harder for those looking to get in later.
Yeah.
You know. But what I never get what I want. So what does it matter?
Yeah, you were wanting. I remember I was thinking about this earlier today. I was like, Big K was like, on one of our happy hours, you were like, man, what if the sacrifice phase is over and then we're all waiting for months and months? That wouldn't be a good look. And it's like, well, here we are. We've got kind of like sacrificed our money like last summer, and we're
I
probably
remember being like, I don't know, holding on to people's money for 90 days seems like a long time. That was
right.
Ooh, that was a long 90 days ago.
At least though, this will launch in the right way though. Like you don't want to launch Pulse Chain with any type of bugs or issues, because that would be horrible. And also, all of us are long-term investors. I mean, we're guys that stake things for 10 years and 15 years. So what is it, even if we waited for a year or 2 years, like whatever, it's not what we want, but like, sure, you want it to be done right, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Alabama man, I believe he was from Alabama, who got on with Richard at the conference, said something to the effect of, let's just do it right, quality over, the speed, pretty much. Yeah. So I'm in full agreement. And he got, a good round of applause with that. I'm totally on board with that. Definitely don't want to see anything rushed. It's, and if we're still, in a bear, which is quite likely when this does get launched. I mean, Hex worked in a bear, so let's do it with this one.
Thing. I have no problem with that. I mean, the part of me that likes how things are moving thinks that that's actually to our advantage. So yeah, I'm cool with that.
All right, and one more added to this hour of happiness. Freddie Quotes.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Fresh from Vegas.
Chilling, man. Yeah, Vegas was a fucking blast. So much fun. I think the gentleman you're referring to was from Arkansas.
Arkansas. Okay.
Yeah.
But you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, super nice
super
guy.
Cool guy.
Yeah. And Salt, like, it was really cool. A couple other Hexkins that I've interacted with on Twitter. Kincaid, I think he was like a young kid. It was like 19.
He is awesome.
Yeah.
We invited him and his girl to the penthouse party, and he just sent me a message, and he was super grateful. Like, hey, man, thank you so much. Had so much fun. Great kid, man. That kid is awesome.
Yeah. He's like hit the stage, but had like an Eminem vibe, and then he opened his mouth, and I'm like, man, I'd like this guy. He's like, just for his age. I know we, all, are guilty of judging books, just at first glance, but it's like, oh man, this kid's 19. All right, I'm curious to see what he has to say. It's like, whoa, all right, like what you're putting out there. So that was cool. Tap is another one. It was cool to see him talk in person. I see him on Twitter all the time. So it was good to see him. Actually, so many people. I mean, I was just viewing it from here. I'm sure it's even way better meeting everyone in person like you did there, Fred and Vince. Correct.
Mm-hmm. Got to meet Vince. That was awesome too.
Yeah, you're the only one that's met Vince.
Yeah,
really.
Come on, man. Vince, are you coming to Talladega or what?
Yes.
When is that again?
I guess not.
April
24th of next month. Yeah.
I think I can make it out there. Yeah.
Oh, look out. All right. Yes, when Talladega. Yeah. April 24th.
Party, because that night I was having lunch with a college friend, and I ended up onboarding him to HEX. So, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, well, I say that was worth missing out, but I don't know. That party looked legit. Actually, a bunch of parties look legit.
Yes.
I got 2 RV parking spots for the Talladega race.
Nice.
That's going to be a blast.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lot
Home base on the infield, I guess.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. Yeah.
Parking lot orange. They were the last 2. So I called in a week ago. I guess it was on Saturday because we flew into Vegas Sunday. So we were running. No, it was Friday. We were running around on Friday trying to get everything done so we could get out of town. And I was like, you know what? We should just get an RV and go to Talladega because that sounds awesome. And my wife was like, all right, cool. So I call him up, and there were 10 spots left in the orange parking lot. And I was like, all right, well let me think about this. And I hung up, and I called back 5 minutes later, and the woman was like, there's only 2 RV spots left. And I was like, give me both of them. I was like, I'll for sure be able to sell one to a Hexakin. So I thought it would be best just to one for myself and then get in there. So so if it's, hold on, Cabana, let me turn this off real quick. I think my virtual background blur.
Yep. Yes, children, where is Talladega? We have to make a trip. Meetup FOMO. It is in like literally
the middle of almost nowhere.
Yeah, in the middle of a national forest in Alabama. So yeah, but the track is it's like its own little city. So yeah, but it's I think an hour north of Montgomery, north or south. But
yeah, which like, you know, I guess Montgomery is like the capital, but
yes, it is.
It's still not like, I mean,
it's not like a real cap. What? No, yeah.
Well, it's a real capital, but like, I mean, like y'all ever been to Tallahassee? Like Tallahassee is like the capital of Florida, but like
it's not the real capital.
It's still a pretty small city, like
town. Right. That's
right.
Yeah. That's what I was. Yeah. There. Exactly.
It's not like. There's only 2 Walmarts, you know.
Judge the legitimacy of your city by how many Walmarts that you have.
That's how they do it in the South.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yes, Sacramento isn't the real capital of California either. Yeah, so fair enough. That's Dave from Down Under. Surely there will be a huge influx of money into Hex when a date for Pulse is announced. Who wants to miss out on free money? I agree. It's just a matter of when, you know, and if there will there be an announcement. If there is, how much lead time is there? I would certainly think it would be like less than a day or two. And if, you know, Gunther has his way, you know, we just learn that it's up and running after the fact.
The only reason I don't think that'll happen is because like you'd have to let like nodes, and you know they would be very aware, you know, of anybody who's trying to run a node would have to be very in the know that there's something out there. Yeah, like otherwise, how are they gonna run the software and download the updates and stuff and everything? So yeah, that's, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I've seen some stealth launches happen before, but it might like the danger of that is you might have inconsistent or like a like a shitty network out the gate because there's only like a 2 or 5 or 7 nodes or whatever that are operational, you know. But what do I know, man? I'm just excited. I'm just stoked, man.
Comments, these guys are cracking me up. Tony, what's going on? Cheers from Panama. We had Rainey Hilarski from Panama on last Friday. What's everyone drinking, by the way? Have a little rum and coke action here. Big K, what kind of
the
wine?
The Crossbarn, a Napa Cab, as you'd expect, 2017. It's the Crossbar. So
I drink water in a bear market and I eat ramen noodles.
Bear markets are rough, man.
You got to pinch pennies.
That's right. You got to do what you got to do. Shillet, hey everyone, great meeting Freddie out in Vegas. Pitch everyone the carnival idea. I mean, I think he's pitched a little bit of it here too, if you're familiar with the show. But yeah, Fred, if you want to say
so So we sat down and it was kind of hard to hear him. And I think that he said he wanted to do, so I've been on the 311 cruise before, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was talking about doing a Hexakin cruise where we get all the Hexakins together and go on a boat. And then, you know, we have shows and streams from the boat. That would be super cool. Or panels, not like streams, but you know, we have people get up there and have fun. I've been on the 311 cruise a couple times. Hey, happy 311 day. All the 311 fans out there. My wife and I were going to stay in Vegas a couple more days to see their show tonight and tomorrow, but I just decided against it. We were ready to get back to Little Man, so yeah, so I think that would be awesome to get, 3,000 or 4,000 hexagons on a boat.
I think
And,
it might be pretty easy after Pulse launch. At the
Yeah.
rate that onboarding is happening, and you see the nice little up and to the right chart of stakers in apex.win. So
The thing that sucks though is every single cruise line right now you have to be vaxxed, so no one can get.
yeah, I've canceled mine for this year.
Yeah, you
But-
can't get on a boat even without, and multiple boosters and the whole nine. So it's it's kind of turned us off to it.
Yeah, same. It's the
Also,
countries
still-
too. Like
still
it's gradually clearing up, and pretty much once I think all the destinations are clear and deem themselves safe, then maybe the lines will act in accordance as well. So.
Be careful putting too many T-shares in one location on one boat.
Yes, that's why day 43 was like, sounds like there will be a mass boating accident.
Yeah, be careful.
Wink, wink.
All those stakes bleed out forever for everyone.
Whoa. I got systems in place, y'all. Don't
Yeah.
worry. Y'all still have to deal with my T-shirts later. I promise.
Yeah.
And those who are going to get
big
their
time.
hands on them probably aren't going to be as tight gripped as I will be. So, danger, Will Robinson. Keep that boat afloat, everybody.
David, it's okay. We can easily fabricate any paperwork needed.
That's a true statement. There were papers that were useful that we used in New York for the birthday party. That was. I'm not saying I did anything. I'm not saying I forged any documents.
No.
But I had a blast in New York, and I don't have.
You were at the birthday party in the city?
Yes, sir. Oh yeah.
Oh damn, I was there. I didn't see you.
Had a blast, man. Dude, that place was huge. And then so people were coming from the main level to upstairs, like the rooftop, back and forth. So
Yeah.
I feel like I met a lot of people in Vegas. Obviously, there were more people there in Vegas, but it was different. Like people, I don't know. The party was just different. It's not like people were introducing themselves and going up. It was like whoever you came with, you kind of stuck with them and the people that you knew. At least for me, I introduced myself to a couple of people who I wanted to meet, but Vegas was a little different. But yeah, the birthday party in New York was a blast. It was a ton of fun.
I had too many drinks.
Nice.
And I'm not a drinker, so yeah, I got wrecked.
My boy Hexagon 720 had a couple too many drinks really early. Like he got turned up super early, and he was like sitting on the couch at one point, like and he was like, I got to take myself home. So he actually went back to the hotel at like 10 o'clock that night. I was like, damn, dude, party didn't even start yet.
What happens? Come out the
It
gate
does
too
happen.
fast.
Speaking of too many drinks, how many drinks were consumed before this photo, Fred?
Oh, my screen froze. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. My screen froze.
Yeah, you're frozen a little bit too.
Yep, let me refresh my screen. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to set up all my streaming stuff, so I just kind of tried to
All
hurry
good,
up and
all
hop
good.
on real quick. You know what I
But
can't
yeah, we
do?
got
Oh shit,
Freddie,
the captain. I see it on my cell phone here.
the captain.
I'll tell you
Blue
what.
Bum, and yeah, Johnny Chaos. Sorry, go
Man,
ahead.
I had a penthouse party because I want to be cool like Big K.
The picture RG3 is wrecking Freddie's connection. I'm blaming the captain.
I think I should be good now.
All right, yeah, you seem better. I think. Yep,
Yep.
totally better.
Yeah, it's perfect.
And he's gone.
Sounds great now. Whatever you did.
Perhaps we'll have a connection reset. But yeah, there's a ton of photos out there, and that was like one of my favorites. Actually, it was a part of a favorite. If I can, I think there's one more I was looking for actually. And it also, well, I'll wait for Fred to come back. But yeah. But anyway, as we wait for Freddie, what we got going on in chat? Yes, Freddie was BRB. Okay. All right. So he's still out there somewhere. Yeah, it looks good. Looks good. All right. Well, what we got coming up? We have Gunther's going to talk, I guess, his latest view of the audit. So we'll get to that a little bit. We got just talking about some more of the HEXpo recap, little Hedron, some trivia, no Jenna. Yes, Gunther win analysis soon. 4 more weeks. 4 more weeks.
Yeah. When Pulse launches.
Yes, when Pulse launches. Oh man. Well, anyway, boys, as we wait for Freddie to get set up, you all ready for a round of trivia since we haven't done this in a little while?
Oh boy, here we go. I've been
I'll
actually
second this
trying
one.
my very best to do a Twitter hiatus lately. So
Big
I
K
haven't
is about
I'm
to
gonna be
consult.
severely hampered since I haven't been really on the social media the past week or two. So
Yeah.
just setting up my excuses now, guys. I'm just setting up my excuses now.
Are you about to consult the genie in the bottle there?
Maybe I should. I guess I've been still trying to not do it though. So like, is that fair? Is that
Saving it for steak and bake?
Oh yeah, that genie in the bottle. No, yes, I will definitely. We're gonna consult the genie. We gotta rub the lamp.
Speaking of, as we do wait for trivia here in just a second. Yeah, back to that photo, Fred. So y'all had a good night there. Was that the first party?
That was, yeah. That was so I want to be like Big K when I grow up, and he's cool.
Yeah.
And, he has shit like that. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna throw a penthouse party. So Hexagon 720 were at my house. His wife and him were at my house last Friday night, and we were having dinner, and we had a couple bottles of wine, and we're all sitting around the dinner table, and I was like, we should throw a penthouse party. So we called MGM, and they had like this big old suite, but it was only like 1,500 square feet. And then the next day I was like, I don't know if that's big enough, man. So we called around, and Luxor had one at 3,600 square feet. This place was huge. It was ginormous. And we found out eventually when we got there that it was Britney Spears' favorite penthouse when she used to stay at the Luxor, 15 years ago. But
okay.
It was super cool, man. Super, super cool. So I had like 2 drinks all night, man. I was just running around trying to keep mixers, there, and ice and get stuff done. Shout out to Sticker Guy, because that dude, he's a rock star. He just wants to do everything that he can to help. So, but yeah, that was a lot of fun. Everyone came. Hexo came. RG3 was there, and it was cool having everybody in one spot.
Speaking of drinks, we'll get to this part of the show. How many did this guy have?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think that he was that turned up. He was I think he was just being goofy, but yeah, he's such a cool guy, man. Such a cool dude.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed that of course a lot disappointed. I couldn't meet a lot of Hexkins this round, but definitely in September. But I heard he said he was coming over to the States, and I was like, what? You gotta be kidding me. So yeah, that's awesome. And I think he's here for a while too. So
good.
Which is cool. But yeah, that's normal look.
That is normal look.
But yeah, I mean, I guess it is normal if Freddie was saying he was
because we all looked at the picture after we took it, and I was like, what? I even said, I was like, bro, you look hammered. And he was like, I don't know, I was just trying to make a different face. And I was like, okay, cool. I think I actually asked him if he wanted to take another picture, and he was like, no, that's okay. I was like, all right.
You're looking kind of wrecked here, buddy. Do you want to take another one? No, I'm good.
I asked RG, I was like, should we break the internet and post a picture of us together? And he was like, yeah, let's do it. But I didn't post it then because Tangent has a very good rule to live by. Don't post after you've been drinking. And
yes,
I think I was like 3 joints in at the time. I only had like 2 drinks, but I didn't want to post anything while I had been partaking in extracurricular activities. So I waited till the next morning and then posted it in someone else's thread. I thought it was cool.
Did Big
Thought it
K
was
give
cool.
him a hit from the vase?
Indeed.
There was a lot of smoking going on in this penthouse, man. I haven't checked my statement yet to see if they charged us for it, but the bellhop said that everybody smokes in there and he doesn't think that they ever charge anybody. So we will see.
The herb you're talking about, correct?
Oh yeah, yep. I took a picture of all the joints the next morning in one of the bathrooms. And one of these bathrooms was probably 800 square feet. I mean, they were just it was the dopest room I'd ever been in. It was super cool. But there's an ashtray with probably about 25 or 30 joints in it. I was like, yes, this is awesome. It was super cool.
Nice.
Hey, who's the user with the Richard Hart name? Is Richard in the chat or that's somebody else?
Definitely not Richard.
Richard's lurking.
Who is your favorite Hexagon?
My favorite Hexagon of all time is Helgorian. Helgo. He is my favorite Hexagon for sure.
We have a Hexo and we have a Helgo. So, yeah.
Wait, you guys don't know Helgorian?
No, should I know?
Oh, you guys have been living under a rock.
I need some help. Let me uncover.
Help us.
Yeah.
You'll learn more about Helgo in the coming days.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm more excited now. Get on the edge of my seat.
Summer in the know. Summer in the know. There we go. All right, gents. Now that we have everybody here, are we ready for this week's edition? Since we haven't done it in a couple, 2-3 weeks. Trivia. Big K.
Sure. Bring it on, man.
Crypto events.
Let's do this.
Gunther, I think this is your first go at it.
This is probably my second, and I'm terrible at this stuff.
Oh, you did do one
Yeah,
last time. Okay. All right. Well, this is more like crypto related. I think like the last time you were on, it was kind of like I don't know, a mixed bag of sorts.
Yeah.
So this, maybe all right. Freddie, have you done one with us?
I'm 2-0. I'm undefeated in trivia.
Look out.
But I have not been paying attention to shit the last 5 days.
Well, my job is to get you guys out of the first round. So let me try to do that here. Big K.
Yes, sir.
Oh yes, and please, participants.
Yes,
off.
bring your chat to private chat.
Yes, turn our chat.
Oh yeah, let me turn my phone off
so we don't get any help.
Yep.
Sandy B placing a wager on Gunther. All right. Joe Exotic.
Yeah.
Vince is going to clean up tonight.
I'm
So
not sure about that.
Freddie coming out and saying he's 2-0, and everybody's betting against him and Big K, who has also won his quite a bit of share. All right, Big K.
Indeed.
The HEX.com car took the track this past weekend in Las Vegas for the Xfinity Series. Who's the driver of that car? You can answer right away. They were trying to get out of the first round.
JJ Yaley. He's our man.
There you go. Frozen Vince. Can you at least hear me? Yes, we're going to go with that. Name the Hexagon Crypto Vince who hosted the mansion party this past week. And unmute yourself when you answer, please.
Oh yeah, that would be Nagabo.
Nagabo is the answer. The chief. Gunther, name the Hexagon who hosted the meetup in Vegas this past week. Who put the show together, in a sense?
Oh, Matty Allen?
Matty Allen. There you go. Freddie Quotes. A fake influencer known as Francis Finance appeared at the mansion party. Name the Hexagon who portrays Francis.
Johnny Diamond Hands Chaos.
Very good.
Ex Fabio himself.
Hex
All
Fabio.
right. And see, we're out of the first round. So there we go.
Whew.
Big K.
I was super nervous.
Yes.
Name one of the Hexicans who performed at the mansion party.
I'm gonna go with Freddie Quotes.
You are correct. Crypto Vince. Name another Hexican who performed at the mansion party. There's a few more to choose from.
Oh man. The only one I saw was Freddie.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I'm going to guess Black Crypto.
Black Crypto is correct. Gunther. At which NASCAR track will the HEX.com car make its next appearance?
I lost interest in that guy when I saw his last place performance for the first one at Daytona 500.
Oh, come on.
Talladega, I guess.
Very good. Very good.
There
very
he
good.
is.
And Freddie Quotes. Let's see here. Name the hotel/casino where the HEXpo took place.
The Excalibur.
Very good. Hex caliber, as Vince would say.
Yes, the Excalibur.
All right. We will raise the difficulty level a little bit. Big K.
I'm scared.
Which of these individuals, and please take your time in answering this one, which of these individuals did not appear/speak at some point during the HEXpo? Aubrey de Grey, BitBoy, or Roger Ver? Which of these individuals did not appear or speak at some point during the HEXpo? Aubrey de Grey, BitBoy, or Roger Ver?
The answer, good sir, is BitBoy, because Roger Ver did a little 1-minute speech, like a little recorded video, which is pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I mean, it was as cool as I could have expected Roger to do. It was, he wasn't going to be like, Hex is amazing, but
He appeared and spoke
He
very, cordially.
cordially, yes, and
toward-
reasonably.
towards
which,
the event participants as well as Richard.
yeah, which, like, as far as I'm concerned, that's pretty awesome. I liked it's a big fan of Roger and Richard's debate is why I blocked Richard. So, like,
Still one of my favorite stories.
good to see Roger on the right, on the better side.
Frozen Vince. Give me a hey Cabana if you can hear me. I guess he's for. Oh, all right. Well, I guess he. All right, here we go. Vince, come on, Vince. Are you with us, Vince? Please, Vince.
We'll
move. There you go.
He's here. He's making it.
Hey, Crypto Vince. Last week, Richard Hart tweeted. Can you hear me, Vince?
Oh, sorry about that. I'm back.
Last week, Richard Hart tweeted, blank has the highest volume on Uniswap. That's not Bitcoin. I said Bitcoin. That's a Freudian slip, right? That's funny. Let's try that again. Blank has the highest volume on Uniswap. That's not Bitcoin, Ethereum, or a stable coin. What is blank? Last week. What'd you say?
I think that would be heck.
That would be Hex. Good job, Vince. Gunther, name this kind of Hex-related crypto which had tokens claimed by the OA last week.
Oh, guys, this is so easy. Come on, Hedron.
Yeah, see, he's talking crap now. He's getting a little cocky. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, God, no pressure.
Freddie Quotes. Name the well-known Hex entity or wallet who sacrificed nearly 6 million USD for liquid loans?
I'm gonna guess the God whale.
You are going to guess correctly, my friend.
Okay, I think I heard something about that.
Big K. I guess we can slow down with the answers to get chat involved here.
Yeah, get them involved.
We are there. I'm just going too fast, so it's partly my fault. But yes, they are getting the correct answers. So good job, chat.
Good job, Joe and Shaggy Doo.
He got to. You're missing a Y there, children. There we go. All right. Big K, earlier this week, Richard Hart tweeted, "Do I have the best blank collection on earth? Tag watch guys, you know. What is blank?" Earlier this week, Richard Hart tweeted, "Do I have the best blank collection on earth? Tag watch guys, you know. What is?"
I mean, you kind of like you kind of give it away in the question.
Little bit.
You say,
And
watch
chat is
guys.
having a fit with it. So, chat, you're wrong, unless I read the tweet wrong.
Rolex.
Correct answer is penis, but it is Rolex. For somehow, some way, chat was stumped.
Really?
He did have a sex toy shop.
Yes, he did have a sex toy shop. Mango Junkie with his best tangent quote. "Oh shit!"
That was a really good
Thanks, bro.
impersonation.
Duke of Booze, yes, Rolex. Congrats for being the only one who got it, even if it was after the fact. So all good there. Crypto Vince, give me 2 coughs if you can hear us. All right, it's not going to work out. Vince. Hey, Vince.
Sorry, my connection's getting worse.
Crypto Vince, last Friday's HEX per T-share payout of 11.3 was the A, third, B, fourth, or C, fifth highest in history. Last Friday's HEX per T-share payout of 11.3 was the A, third, B, fourth, or C, fifth highest in history.
I'm gonna say third.
The correct answer. Use the Schwartz is third.
I think there was 26 from the hack, right? And then there was a 13, I believe,
Yeah.
from probably another hack.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous amount. If I can pull it up, let me see here.
There was one guy that emergency end staked 3 stakes and he lost like 100 million hex penalty. That was one of them, I think, but I don't know if that gave us that high payout. I don't remember.
It was all those good accountings that really ratcheted the whole thing up. The highest on record was November 21st of last year.
We knew that one was Hex
Yep.
19's
Yep.
hack.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
And then there was-
24.36, and the
So the one before that, I don't know if anyone remember number 2. Does anyone remember number 2? What that was?
I'm looking at when it was.
13?
I remember.
13?
I remember this. Yeah, I remember this now.
October 11th of 2020.
This one's good.
12.9.
There's
Tell
a
us the story,
guy
Big K.
that's been in chat since the beginning of Hex, since we've been since Hex was Bitcoin Hex, since we were like, it was all fucking an idea. And this I want to say his name, it's 2 letters. Is it like CB or something like that? There, that Vince is giving me the head shake. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Yeah, and yeah, he's an active participant in the community. He knows what's going on. He very clearly was in chat and told everyone, I did this, y'all. This was part of my plan. I planned on taking this money out for X, Y, and Z reasons at Y time. This was part of this is like by design. Yeah, CM. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Hextrodon. Yeah, so like I mean, there's like one that's still to my day. It's like to me, it's like damn, that's just is interesting. I couldn't believe it when I was like, holy shit, that's crazy as shit. That dude's just like, yeah, it was by design. I was like, I don't not believe in Hex. I have other stakes. I plan on being it's wild.
I think that's the same guy that dumped Hedron today.
Is that?
I think so. Has 300 billion Hedron.
I mean that he would have probably about that much.
And like 50,
already minted
56,000 T shares, something like that.
Oh wow, okay.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's not to say that like he was not like it was not sweat off his back to like this was part of his plan. He was fine with doing that. He needed the money.
Yeah, he lost 100 million hex by emergency end staking 3 stakes. We were looking at that earlier today.
Yep, it was wild that shit. Dang. So like that. So anyways, that's back in the oracles of Hex history.
Be careful,
because it was right before Big Payday. It was maybe 40 days, 30 days before Big Payday. Like that was his part. That was what he had from when he like when the system was designed. He was like, I'm gonna buy all these fucking coins. I'm gonna dump these ones. I'm gonna unstake them right before Big Payday.
You have to watch out for that guy because he's a top holder with Hedron, and he was selling today like fat stack. So actually, I prefer it. Get that guy out now.
Agreed.
I'm ready to shake him to 0 coins.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, like I said, everyone does their own thing for whatever reason they do it for. I mean, I don't, and I mean, I love them for being a part of the community. No harm or foul, and like also thank you for that day. That was pretty cool. Sorry, I don't think, and like in his mind, he probably was also like, there probably won't be another day ever that high. He thought that he was. What's up, X19? He probably didn't think, he didn't, obviously take an account for X19 situation, but like he probably thought that was going to be the highest ever, and like up until then, it had been.
All right, let's get back and finish this round before we bring Mr. Krypto Kool-Aid on. I'm sparing him. He just loves trivia, so actually his timing is impeccable. Go figure. And I say loves trivia.
Yeah, we got off of that total tangent. Sorry.
A ton of sarcasm. Let me find out where I was. Gunther, are we on to you, my friend?
I think so.
All right. Let's see here. Earlier this week, Richard Hart began a tweet with Visa and MasterCard prepare to raise fees. Blank solves this. What is blank? Earlier this week, Richard Hart began a tweet with Visa and MasterCard prepare to raise fees. Blank solves this. What is blank?
Pulse chain.
I'll leave it up to the judges. Pulse chain is a cryptocurrency, which was the technical correct answer.
I mean, you want PulseX?
No,
crypto wrong.
He said cryptocurrencies, but I mean, I'm not a judge. I'm not a judge.
I'm not a judge either.
Right, so
Chat ones if he should stay, twos if he is eliminated.
Oh damn!
You're likable. They'll keep
Joe
you.
HEX Audit, always the kind person.
Yeah. Oh, brutal.
Joe's brutal. He's a rule follower by nature. He makes sure that people stay very, very set, by the book and our fantasy league as well. I appreciate that. Thanks, Joe.
That's good.
All right, some of you can't vote twice. All right, it's about tied. The next one I see after Duke of Booze. And Red Squirrel has kept you alive, Gunther. So there you
go.
Yeah.
Freddie Quotes. Earlier this week, Richard Hart began a tweet with, will the Biden law seize everyone's Celsius BlockFi Nexo? ? Will it teach them the meaning of not your blank, not your coins? I hope not. What is blank? I'll say it one more time.
Oh.
Or not. Keys is correct.
My bad.
Right.
Didn't know if I should delay it.
No, it's okay. The segment has been extended anyway. So, Big K.
Yes, sir.
difficulty ratchets up even more. Earlier this week, Richard Hart tweeted, "Guys that may be new here, I attempt to attract blank brand fans with disposable income to things I like. I do not attempt to get my followers to waste money on blank goods." What
Designer.
What word is blank?
Designer goods. Like this shirt.
Is that your final answer?
I believe so. I'm probably wrong. I'm trying. Luxury. God bless me.
Oh, brutal.
That's close enough, though.
I would have said designer too.
Yeah.
Well, see, chat has this one totally correct. Oh, except for vanity there. Not correct.
Ah!
Oh, man, I love Big K, man.
All right.
I love that guy.
Crypto Vince. Earlier this week, Richard Hart tweeted, "Richard, my watch costs more than your house, Hart." This tweet concluded with multiple hashtags. Name one of those hashtags. Earlier this week, Richard tweeted, "Richard, my watch costs more than your house, Hart." And it was followed by multiple hashtags. Name just one of those hashtags.
I'll guess hashtag Rolex.
Sorry, Vince. The correct answers were hashtag blessed, hashtag humble, hashtag make your dreams come true, hashtag sarcasm, or hashtag not sarcasm though. Crypto Vince, you've been rugged. All right. Down to Gunther and Freddie Quotes. Gunther, last week, Richard Hart tweeted, "My lawyer wants a list of blank statements made against me. Stick them in t.me/hexpro. What is blank?" Last week, Richard Hart tweeted, "My lawyer wants a list of blank statements made against me. Stick them in t.me/hexpro. What is that word that is blank?"
I want to say slanderous, but I think slanderous.
Is that your final answer?
That is my final answer.
Slanderous is correct.
Good job.
Nice work.
I actually knew that one. I knew the Vince one too, because I thought the humble hashtag was fucking hilarious.
Hello, Mrs. Quotes. May you cheer your man on to victory.
No
And
pressure.
yes, missed you guys, but I will definitely see you guys next month. And hopefully many, many Hexkins as well. Freddie Quotes, to stay in it. Last week, Richard Hart tweeted, "Why are the questions I get on here so blank? And always in the wrong thread, too. Quote, did a Pulse dev quit? No devs quit. As a matter of fact, there's even more devs now. So dumb. What is blank?" I'll read it one more time. Last week, Richard Hart tweeted, "Why are the questions I get on here so blank? And always in the wrong thread, too. Did a Pulse dev quit? No devs quit. As a matter of fact, there's even more devs now. So dumb. What is blank?"
I read this tweet, or he talked about it, or something. It's either dumb or stupid. But would he say dumb twice?
You're
pressure.
using the old big K deductive reasoning.
I'm trying to think.
I didn't use my deductive reasoning. I let my powers go. I should have taken my time.
I fucking love that guy. Oh damn. Can you read it one more time?
Yeah, man. Last week, Richard Hart tweeted, "Why are the questions I get on here so blank and always in the wrong thread, too? Did a Pulse dev quit? No devs quit. As a matter of fact, there's even more devs now. So dumb."
I'm gonna go with my gut. Stupid.
Correct answer is stupid.
Oh.
Freddie Quote stays in. It's Marion for the win. Hello down there. Can he buy a vowel? Yeah. No. Gunther. In recent weeks, Richard Hart began a tweet with, when you're using Uniswap, 1inch, Matcha, or ETH HEX for market orders, it's smart to have the lowest blank limit you can get away with. What is blank? In recent weeks, Richard Hart began a tweet with, when you're using Uniswap, 1inch, Matcha, or ETH HEX for market orders, it's smart to have the lowest blank limit you can get away with. What is blank?
I would probably say slippage so that you don't get wrecked by bots.
Is that your final answer?
Final answer.
Correct answer is slippage. Well done. Well done.
Damn.
Freddie Quotes to stay in. Within 25K, what is the starting salary for the dev position Richard Hart referenced in a tweet talking about building an Ethereum wallet? Within 25K, what is the starting salary for the position?
And I think he gave a range too. I think the range was like 175 to 250. That's my final answer. I think I'll give you the entire thing. Hopefully, that's
well. I just wanted something around 175, but you got the whole thing. Good job.
Cool.
Impressive.
I'm shocked that I know these.
Well done, Mr.
I'm
Quotes.
shocked.
Hey, Mike, drink for the bear market. Kombucha, super berry. For gut health.
All right, here we go. Difficulty goes up a little bit here. Perhaps not if you've read the tweets, but there you go. In recent weeks, Gunther, Richard Hart tweeted, 2022, everyone is on the verge of being blanked from everything. How did the world get this way? Serious question. In recent weeks, Richard Hart tweeted, 2022, everyone is on the verge of being blanked from everything. How did the world get this way? Serious question. What is blank?
If I had to guess, I would say canceled, maybe?
I will accept that. Canceled, banned, censored.
Censored.
Banned was the term used, but correct. Freddie Quotes to stay in. Earlier this week, Richard Hart began a tweet with, I support freedom of blank and freedom of blank. You should too. They're both in the First Amendment. What two freedoms are referenced with blank? Two different ones. Earlier this week, Richard Hart began a tweet with, I support freedom of blank and freedom of blank. You should too. They're both in the First Amendment. What two freedoms are these?
They would be freedom of speech and freedom of movement. Blah, 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 blah.
Correct. Movement, speech and movement. All right. Gunther, you might have lucked out with a numbers question. I don't know. It depends on how well you know your Hedron. On Hedron's first day of launch, to the nearest trillion, how many tokens were minted? Multiple choice, 2, 4, or 6. On Hedron's first day of launch, to the nearest trillion, how many tokens were minted? 2, 4, or 6?
Damn, that's a good question. Let me think about that for a second. Might have to talk this one through. Okay, so this was before OA minted Hedron, and source address got a duplicate copy of minted Hedron. It's just day one. I would probably say, oh, fuck. Let's go with 2 trillion. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Gunther, the answer is
Oh,
4 trillion.
fuck.
And the answer can be found on Hedron.pro. There on the homepage for any who would like to confirm. Good job, Archie. Good job, Shaggy Doo. He tried to talk it out, Benny, but did not work out. All right, Gunther, you're still in it. Unless Freddie Quotes can walk away with a victory right here, right now.
No pressure.
Let me see. Last week, Richard Hart tweeted, if you want to help the people of a country sending their blank money, excuse me, I'll read that again because I put the wrong word to emphasis on there. Last week, Richard Hart tweeted, if you want to help the people of a country sending their blank money isn't how you do it. I'm happy to see evidence to the contrary if you have it. What is blank? I'll repeat it one more time. Last week, Richard Hart tweeted, if you want to help the people of a country sending their blank money isn't how you do it. I'm happy to see evidence to the contrary if you have it. What is he referring to with blank?
I think, and I read this, but I think it's government. Sending a government money isn't the way to do it.
Government. Is that your final answer?
Oh God, I don't know. Why do you say it like that? Should
I say it, in tense situations. Like
I mean, that makes sense, right? Everyone's sending money to Ukraine. Yeah, that's my gut. I'm sticking with it.
He has locked it in. The answer is government.
Cool.
Freddie Quotes, you're undefeated, 3-0. Congratulations. Cool. It is now your right and honor to address the audience. Take it away, Freddie Quotes.
I want to say thank you to every single Hexican that I met in Vegas. It was awesome. It really speaks a lot for the community and what we have here. It's so awesome. Everyone that was there, my sister flew out and she, met everybody and I've been trying to get people into HEX for a while and she hasn't gotten in yet, but just seeing the love that was there this weekend and being around everybody, she's all in. She created her Twitter handle and now she got followed by Richard today. I'm like, what? You literally started your handle today and you got followed by Richard today. Like that doesn't happen. So everyone go give my sister a follow. I think it's HEX, HEX_BEXX. Give her a follow. We want her part of the community here. And she's the newest Hexican here. And thank you, everybody. Had a blast. It was so much fun. It was awesome meeting everybody and getting to know you and putting a face to the screen name. And I'm no way going to remember everybody's names, but it was so awesome. Thank you, Naga, for having us. That was awesome. Thank you, Maddie, for putting everything together. Just a ton of fun. Absolute blast. Oh, there she is. Cool.
That was not a bot account, correct?
Nope.
Right.
That was her.
It was the real deal. Mm-hmm. And Mrs. Quotes was in the chat too. So.
That she is. Awesome.
Congratulations. And we're back with a rugged Vince, but we also have some fresh Kool-Aid
Nice. Welcome.
What's going on, guys?
How you
Not
doing,
much,
my
brother.
friend?
Good, good. And tip of the hat to you, Freddie, for the classic foosball table instead of the tornado. Foosball's jam, and nobody plays.
Yeah. So we'll have friends over and have tournaments, and it's
Oh,
fun.
dude, foozin' boozin' is a thing.
Oh,
And
yeah.
back in the 90s, we'd add a
Boozin'
little
boozin'.
hallucinogen.
I've never heard it called that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use
Booze
that.
and booze, and then add a little hallucinogens, and you can't see the ball, but your shit's on point. Pele in the back always catches that shit.
It's funny you say that, man. At the party on the night before Naga's party, at the party that we had, this dude comes up to me and he hands me this package and he's like, "Hey, man, here's a bunch of shrooms. If you take a little bit, you can microdose, but if you eat the whole thing, you'll just trip balls." I was like, awesome.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah,
haven't
yeah.
had shrooms
Do
in
that and
years.
play some foosball. You learn to play really, really well. So I'll every now and then if I see a table go mob up on people, and I was just like,
Nice.
yeah, I don't need a teammate. All you all can help yourselves over there. So that's what I did at Birdie Man. As I found a foosball table, and I'm like, can anyone help these other people? They're not doing so well.
And they're doing spinsies the whole time. You're like, come on, no
It's
spinsies.
just
Come on, no
like it's just
spinsies.
no panties in the air, man. Like you can't play that way.
Yeah, I was living vicariously. Here we go.
I love Kareem. That dude's so cool, man. I fucking love Kareem. RG got up there for Hexagon Anthem, and he was dancing and got a bunch of really good video for the documentary. So that party was fun, man. So
dope,
it was
dope.
funny as shit. The walkway outside around the pool. So like the house kind of went around the pool. I'm not lying. Like, thank God the entire way around the pool for the most part, there was like a step in where it was only like a foot deep, because I swear to God, I saw 6 people step into the pool. There was like nowhere to walk, and Black Crypto, like he had been there for 5 minutes and we're all standing around and he stepped into the pool. Like it wasn't lit very well outside and you couldn't see it. And I'm surprised nobody went all the way in, but there were minimum 5 or 6 people who's walked around all night with wet feet. So
yeah, those pools are dangerous. Those pools are dangerous. You get bumped a little bit and then suddenly you're all wet.
Yep. Especially with people crowding around the entire thing, you know.
Yep. And no one understands about pushing back, and then the person behind you didn't realize how bad that little steppy step was. And then,
Yep. And then you include drinking and, you know, bong rips
debauchery
and all that stuff.
Debauchery is the word for that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Freddie, I know we got you for a little while longer. Did want to perhaps get Gunther as advertised to talk a little bit or the latest on anything and everything he's seen recently or historically with the audit. We've had him on months and months ago. So just wanted to bring you back, man. And I guess just get your latest take on, you know, kind of what you've seen. I know, you know, we spoke briefly on the phone. I was just asking, you know, some quick questions, I guess, over the last weekend, just, you know, in terms of the liquidity sandwich, and, you know, have you seen any action with, you know, perhaps OA related addresses or anything else that stuck out to you? So yeah, I'll just let you kind of take it away and chat whatever you want to. Unmute, please.
You're muted.
I'm so dumb.
It's the way of the world in virtual land. There's always a mute button and always a device settings problem.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Try
man.
not to be a retard. Try not to be.
It's the best intro ever for oneself. Yeah.
But yeah, I would say there's a couple of things that I would highlight. One is so previously I thought that the 7 largest addresses hold liquid hex, I originally had like attributed them to like belonging to just like regular users. But what happened was those addresses sacrificed for PulseX, like at the end of the sacrifice phase for the 1.75x bonus.
So after it was all over.
Yeah. So basically, after regular users had already sacrificed, at least the majority of them, and it all happened basically at the same time that OA daughter address is sacrificed. So based on that behavior, I was actually able to assign ownership of those addresses, or at least it's circumstantial evidence, right? But I'd say that the circumstantial evidence suggests that all of those addresses actually belong to one central entity. And so as a result, it turns out that there's really only about 13.5 billion liquid hex that belongs to regular users. In my opinion, that number is still insanely high. It used to be about 22 billion. At least I thought it was 22 billion. I'd like to actually see that number drop really low.
Yeah.
I don't trust large bag holders with liquid hex. I don't trust them to protect the price. Look at the price chart. It's gotten wrecked for 6 consecutive months, and just so many users selling irresponsibly and cashing out to buy materialistic things and then dumping it on the heads of new onboards. To me, it's just not a good look. It doesn't look good. It's not good for the price. We actually want users that will actually protect the price for 10 to 15 years, or actually longer, but that have a very long time frame. So users still have way too much hex. I'd like to see a lot of them just get shaken out. Yeah. So that's one thing I wanted to highlight. The next thing that I thought, I'm reading Hextronaut now.
Oh yeah, that was the number we were talking about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy will probably dump his full stack. He's got about 48 million left.
Yeah, and then we're done with him until February of next year, and then the year after that, and the year after that, and then he's done. But
yeah. So this is one problem with Hex, is that not a problem with Hex, but I would just say that just the way things developed is that there was too many users that got fat bags of liquid hex, and they don't actually delay gratification. They just dump in large quantities, and these users actually really hurt the brand of Hex and hurt mass adoption, because like it's really hard to onboard people when you have a chart that just crashed the way that it did. And obviously we know dips are in the game, but at the same time, like we really need to, those of us that have been in Hex, and I mean, I've been in Hex since day one, you don't see me dumping my bags on people.
Right.
So I just, this is just one thing I wanted to highlight, I guess, is enough with the Hex flexes, enough with dumping millions and millions and millions of tokens on people's head. If you want mass adoption, you better protect the price if you have large bags. If not, like we're really hurting ourselves. So,
I think
go ahead.
No, like way back when I calculated that we have a straw, or an ability to move liquidity in and out. And as that straw grows and grows, you can dump appropriately, like an adult, doing limit orders, doing things within cycles, doing things that actually work like a seesaw to actually move things side to side and up and up. And when you just press the sell button, it's the idiocy that, like Richard said way back when, we got all the smart people and all the dum-dums, but sometimes the dum-dums have big bags because they pressed the buy button. They didn't understand why. And so as they're exiting, they're obviously not doing their homework. They're not understanding how to move your assets out as a protected quantity to actually do something with it. And they're not using the tools at their disposal. They're just being no homework hexicans. And they're not even really technically possibly a hexican. They just bought something early, staked it for a couple years, and are doing what they want with it and understanding how to actually utilize the tools. You don't try to cut down a tree with a spoon, but they're just throwing the shit at the wall because that's all they know how to do. And it's better to shake it out in the long run, just like we did with Big Payday, just like all the rest of that. And we nuke their validation as the price goes higher into the next bull, into HEX 3.0, into all of these things. So ideally, it is better that it gets done now. It's just kind of ludicrous that they're not applying the tactical knowledge that's been available for over a year and a half on how to do things, or even the last 8 months on how we've evolved as a community.
I agree 100%, 100%. And there's something also to be said, you know, if you've made, just to add to what you're saying, and all those points are amazing. If you've made millions and millions of dollars, let's say you take a user, right? Let's call them user A, and they're worth now $100 million. Let's just say they have $100 million worth of liquid money, right? It's not even staked. You don't need to sell $100 million at one point in time. That's retarded. Why would you sell your entire liquid stack at one singular point in time? Why not sell, like, okay, you have 100 million. Well, you could sell maybe 1%, take $1 million out and let $99 million grow in the market, right? And then when it's worth $1 billion, you could sell, you know, like a very small percentage and be able to take out so much value later on. So to just dump your whole bag and then market it and broadcast it all over Twitter about, look at all this cool stuff I got. I mean, it's just, why? It's foolish.
It doesn't make any sense, because like if you just took your example at 1%, take 1%, which is $1 million, take that over a month. That means that you could dump what, 35,000 a day and just do it as a limit and set the floor to protect the price instead of actually doing something else with it. And do you really need to make more than $35,000 a day? No, you don't. You don't. Especially when you realize what you're getting in the future. So 35 grand a day is pretty good in my book. You don't need to do it all at once. And then you deny yourself the slippage. It really is.
But that's exactly right. It's the case in point was this guy this morning and just dumped 20 some million flat out. And I'm like, again, everybody is welcome to take profits or whatever, but
into stables,
do it in a sensible manner. Like, don't market dump 20 million in coins. You can just as easily, you know, set a limit order for, I don't know, 250,000 hex, multiple limit orders, and let the price come to you, especially since the liquidity you know, has been removed, you know, to the upside. So we were moving in the right direction. If you just, you know, staggered orders for, you know, according to this guy's account, he had millions of hex. So put like 250,000 here, then a step up, put another 250,000. Instead, just all at once, wreck the price, pay the slippage, and you hurt yourself. It just, behavior like that doesn't make any sense. And of course, you know, the community gets, you know, their recent rally just trampled on because of the foolish behavior of that. Again, I'm not opposed to selling ever, but I mean, this asset is a little bit different into, you have the luxury of scaling out and setting up a ladder and, you know, being, you know, I guess responsible, you know, for your own bags in a sense, because if you dump the price and, you know, you're kind of dumping on yourself. If you wreck a price chart, this guy's going to sell another 48 or 49 million, whatever it is. But instead of letting the chart, you know, do its thing and sell a little bit at a time and perhaps sell just a little bit more for a little bit more on the way up, he just totally just, you know, went nuclear and wrecked it. And now I'm sure he's going to sell if the pattern holds within the next 2 weeks, he'll do it again.
I mean, the easiest way to correlate it is like, so, you know, I build games, big, annoying things that I put hundreds of thousands of hours to build. Someone can buy a game for $60 and then think that they're a critic because they bought something for a limited amount of money. And now they think because they paid that thing that they're like someone going into Qdoba and buying a burrito and then going and yelling at the sous chef or whatever in the back. I mean, there wouldn't be that correlation in between Qdoba and sous chef, but if you think about what you have, you should learn how to use it properly. And just because you bought something doesn't make you a critic. It makes you a customer. Go back to the peanut gallery. If you don't want to learn how to use things correctly, You will be the same people that complain that they bought Bitcoin at $10 and they want to show you the receipts. So they had hundreds of Bitcoin that they bought at $10. And I
And
look
then
at
sold
them,
it.
like, yeah, well, I look at them and like, but you knew the game. Why didn't you get back in? Why are you showing me your receipts from 10 years ago? Why did you not buy back in? Why did you not do things responsibly, even if you fucked up the first time? We all screw up in crypto. It's the boilerplate. This game is not for the faint of heart. You will get screwed. You will get rugged. You will get scammed. And then you will learn quicker, better, before it really matters with more zeros on the end of it. So it's just kind of ludicrous to watch these things. And that's, again, why Richard put those principles of the OA involved, is to counter protect all of these things long before they happened. It's just crazy to watch, but I would rather than be shaken out early. Yes, that's annoying for us in the interim, but let's roll back to big payday, which was not that long ago. And what's happened since then? Nuts. Absolutely nuts. We just got to get to this next legged cycle, right?
And I think that will be Pulse Chain. And I think you were probably not here yet, Kool-Aid, but Gunther was talking about like a shakeout, and I'm totally fine with that too. Like I Hexkins probably won't want to hear it, but I'm cool if we go to a nickel if that gets us cleaner, faster. If you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Why not? Let them take out less value.
Right.
Sure. I mean, the same thing. What big payday was 2 cents to 0.003 in the matter of 4 hours. And then how much did we shoot back up? We chopped up to 50 cents. So if we take that same parabola or seesaw, like I like to call it in game dev, we went 50 cents down to a nickel. So then our next parabola or swings up would be like $1.25. Sure, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. It sucks in the interim, but it also allows for our onboards to buy more cheaply. It's just they should also have done the homework to understand where they are. It's kind of like right now in capturing Hedron, you want to capture those zeros and then no touchy for 2 years. The same thing that I advised in HEX, the same thing I advise in anything. I really don't care what you think your time frame is. If you have a 401k, you have you depend on Social Security. Good luck. Like you have at least 2 years in you, no matter what your time frame is in life. Even if you're an older person investing for your kids, you're investing for their kids. Wait the damn 2 years and actually understand the utility of the ladder, understand the utility of the time frame, and understand the utility of where tech is going. Because VR, AR, augmented reality, Web 3.0, all of that is going to change how all of this works. And right now we're moving into this bear where everyone is obsessed about NFTs and the buzzword, the metaverse, and all of the rest of these things that don't even have an understanding of what a verse is, not just the metaverse, which is based on Snow Crash from '92.
I like it. I like all of that. I'm going to tell you right now, in full disclosure, I'm pretty transparent, especially since I do a lot of shit posting about other addresses. There are some members in the community that know my address, and I'm glad they do because it's kind of like personal accountability. But I can tell you right now, and these people can confirm what I'm saying, I have 0 liquid HEX. 0 tokens that are liquid. The majority of my money is staked for 10 years in 5555. And then what I did was I set up quarterly stakes, and I can live off of those quarterly stakes. But I'm not murdering the price because those quarterly stakes are really, really small relative to my entire position. In full transparency, my quarterly stakes are 250,000 HEX. That's it. They're not millions and millions and millions of HEX. That was postponed and delayed and set deep into the future. And I do this, and I say these things to set a good example for other people to follow. I'm not a follower, I'm a leader. And so I want people to follow like my good example and not follow the example of these other people that just destroy the price. I'm here to protect and defend the price as a long-term staker. And Richard, this is how Richard designed it. Stakers defend the price. And you can clearly see that in this example.
No, I completely agree. And that benefit of getting in that much earlier, that has those quarterly payouts, those annual dividends, if you will, or the way to allow yourself to have some meat on the bone but not even worry about the future, especially if you're a parent. If you're a parent, why would you buy $300 worth of Christmas presents for your kid where you could buy something now and put it out for their 18th birthday and they're done? College paid for, house paid for, car paid for.
Yep.
I mean, I've given away almost 4x more than I've ever even pulled out, which is nominal. I think I've only pulled out 10K ever in 2 years, and that was to cover emergency bills. But I would rather give it away to start other people, especially struggling families' lives, that they don't get it yet.
And then you get them out of the system, so they're not stuck. They're not going into college debt, right? They're not going into that endless cycle of, okay, I have to go to school and then I have to take on all this debt and then I have to come out and try to get a job in corporate America and then I have to do this and I have to do that and I have to do this while the inflation's getting pushed through the ceiling and the dollar's losing its value. And you could remove someone from that cycle. Like my wife and I, we have stakes set up for nieces and nephews and all that stuff, so they would never have to worry about any of that stuff. And that's a greater gift than anything else you can get them at Christmas, like the latest Barbie or, you know, whatever.
I mean, it is. It's the American Ponzi. Like most people know my story. I've worked 80 hours a week for 14 years. I have $250,000 in student loan debt, and I've paid $1,400 a month in student loans over. No, it comes out to like $175,000 in just interest, not principal. And then add the 2x amount of work hours I've done to complete that cycle. So what, do you want to double the money or double the cost? Like, it's just insane. So to remove children from the American Ponzi, whether that's your family, if you don't have family, find someone that you want to donate that to and actually change people's lives. Like what Rags to Riches did with that Christmas thing about just giving them cash so they could actually just see the reality of this. And that reality, I'm sure some of that money came back into HEX or just back into understanding. But first, they're just like blown away of the gift of giving. And the knowledge is the most expensive token in the world. And when you can utilize that to teach someone else that knowledge, you've now done more for them than anyone else could have done with their fake promises, their fake Ponzi's, and their fake banks, and it's gone. And then suddenly they now are on the precipice of understanding what the internet was back when, 94 and AOL was mailing out CDs, right?
If you know, you know.
Yep.
Cup holders.
That's a great name, though, the American Ponzi. I've never heard it called that, but that's exactly what it is.
Well, there's two of them, right? So first they take your health care. So that way you have one whoopsie and you're done. And you can't do anything but bankruptcy, which then removes you the ability to refinance, get credit to just stay ahead of the Ponzi. And the second is for-profit education. And they just take the glass ceiling, they slam it one level lower and slam it one level lower and slam it one level lower. And because it's glass, you think it's the same height, but it's a cube compressing you down and down and down, both with fiat, both with cost, and your ability to ever escape.
Yeah, I wanted to get to a couple of these comments here. First from Latin American Crypto. If you're providing, actually, no, that's not it.
Joe Exotic put up a good one too. I don't know if we're going to read that one.
Yeah, there's like too many to read because I was like going through. Which one was Joe's?
He said, don't hand an 18-year-old a windfall unless you want to buy their casket. Life is about the struggle. Silver spoon makes brats, not leaders.
It's true. No, it's true. And the one thing I do, Joe, for all of my I've got 16 kids that I've adopted now. If their parents put in, I match. And then because they put in, they actually do the homework. If they don't listen to me and I sponsor them, their kids have to basically fucking barter Uncle Larry later. I want report cards. I want all the things. This has been put in place for you, even though your parents didn't listen to me. However, you need to earn it. I was homeschooled most of my life. I understood that actually learning to learn is the most valuable tool in the world. And just because you have these opportunities available to you, whether that's someone put a HEX stake in for you or is buying you a car or going to sponsor your college, if you don't act on them, get good grades, actually make yourself motivated, actually teach yourself what you want to do, you're just squandering the opportunity anyways. And so you don't get it. It's the simple fact of a matter. To be an adult is actually to do the adult thing. And that's to learn, to grow, and to apply.
I have friends in their 30s who are given the silver spoon, and I'll give one example. There's a person, this person has had 4 DUIs, 3 of them within 6 months of each other.
Jesus.
Her parents continued to pay for her attorneys, live at home, you know, works in a restaurant, serves and waits tables to make enough money to go out and party with everyone in their 30s, continue to just enable this person, and it's not the way to do it. So yeah, that is true for most part. When you just give people or give kids whatever they want, I do think that with the correct leadership and the correct mentality, and it, so this is a problem that my wife and I have discussed multiple times about our son, right? Like, he's going to have the ability to do whatever he wants, but a lot of that, and we're hoping he doesn't go down the wrong path, even though everyone has to learn their own way. But some of the things that we're doing now are telling him no. Like, even on simple things, like, you have to be able to tell your kids no. If you can't tell your kids no and you just give them everything that they want, then yeah, they're going to be little brats. But
Amen, dude.
I think we do a pretty good job with our son. Hopefully he doesn't turn into one of those little pieces of shit, but who knows?
How old is he?
2.5.
Awesome. And
It's
like
a fun time, man.
I did 8 and 10 to 16 and 18 for my ex-fiance stepkids. And
Very cool.
yeah, and that's what really put the perspective, both my indentured slavery to student loans and working salary jobs around the clock. Plus the way my mother taught me is that if you work hard, you get out early. And when we fucked up, we got sent chores, scrubbing baseboards, shoveling mulch to make gardens. We actually had to work with our hands to actually do something. And it reminded us, if we learn fast, we can enjoy our day. If we fuck up, we take our day that we could have had and we work. You use the muscles. You do something that you are required to fulfill. Otherwise, the problem doesn't go away. And if you learn that, the debt problem is so much easier to handle in the future. Because I didn't realize I was a truck driver before I decided to, go to VIP game art nonsense. And I didn't even draw a day in my life till I went to the Art Institute for 2 years, racked up 70 grand in student loan debt, and realized they were a puppy mill. It was literally just churning out trash. So I had to start over. And through that, I understood later in 2017 that crypto was the way out. It was the next innovation that allowed us to free ourselves. And how do you capitalize on that in a capitalistic measure where you are actually the commodity? People are the commodity in the current system, and they prey on that. So you have to understand how to put your time both into your family, teach the proper ways to learn to use wealth, knowledge, and application, and then hopefully inspire others, whether that's family, friends, or anyone else, to do the same thing, whether that's through music, entertainment, just being a good person. Look at Nardo, just building houses for other people for free. How much more inspiration do you
buying
want?
Businesses? Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I always say hexakin inside, right? It's just like instead of Intel inside, now we have the next evolution of the hexakin ecosystem, where hexakin 2.0s have now the hex 3.0 system, that we have wealth, power, and the availability to do more to help spread it. Look at Motley and the NASCAR, or look at all the other things that we're trying to bring to the table that allow many other throughputs of those businesses, of those ideals.
Absolutely. I wanted to get to this comment, or a couple of these comments, before I lost them because they're way back here, but they caught my eye. Latin American crypto, this is one I wanted to find. Yes, the ecosystem can benefit when the minnows have affordable market and limit buys. This is early in the life of the ecosystem if you want purging to continue of those who don't protect value. Yeah, it's kind of like I guess what Gunther and I were talking about, like just this shaking out process. And if you can actually see it on the Staker app, the bigger, I guess, dumps are getting absorbed, but they're getting absorbed by all these, baby fish in a sense. But all those baby fish are probably going to stick around for a lot longer and do better for the system. And, hopefully some of these guys will, end up seeing that maybe the error in their ways, or they'll just, dump it out and be done with it. The other one, the son of OL, unfortunately, the big whales will always be able to dump on us with all their T shares. I mean, it's there. It depends upon the kind of whale, because if some of these whales, I mean, I see some of these whale accounts, and they just either restake or they'll do what I was talking about earlier, and they'll just peel off a little bit and be responsible. So you can have 100,000 T shares. I don't care if you put in a limit order, or not, if you don't dump 20 million hex at a time, then you're probably better for the system than not, in my opinion. It's cool. Systems need whales, you need sharks, all that. I'm just talking about the acting, I guess, responsible. Even if who cares about anybody else if it's for your own interest, right? If you dump 20 million hex and you get slippage, like that, then you are costing yourself money. So, like, do you hate money? Like, that's the part I don't get.
Yeah. Also, you're dumping 20 million hex at 10 cents. What are you doing?
Right.
If hex is going to $1, $10, $100, $1,000, $10,000 per hex, whatever it's going to, that's retarded.
Correct.
Like, lengthen your time frame. Actually be patient. Actually demonstrate delayed gratification. If not, it's all a lie. Like, it's just.
I mean, that is what the whole mechanism is, right, sir? So the whole mechanism, if you look at the system design, the mechanics are you can sell, you can stake. The system design actually enables you to be punished, both pro and con, based on what decisions you make with your mechanics. So if you're going to play it like a Bitcoin or like fax machine maximalism, before these actual mechanics were developed and the system had the throughput to allow them, then you're just playing, fax machine chess. That's fine if that's what you want to do, but you're just going to hurt yourself later on down the road. I like Cabana's laugh.
Letting you talk, man. I just saw Gunther perhaps blink once or twice. You'll have to catch the replay there, chat. But yeah. So it was fine. Sorry for laughing while you're talking. He actually read it and did it.
I agree. It's solid points. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Well, and also, Gunther, it's a pleasure to actually meet you. I've known you for a while, and we never got a chance to talk.
We met in person at the New York City party.
Well, the thing is that I'm blind. So when I take off my
Y'all were all
glasses,
there and kind of
when
ran
I take
around
off
each
my
other.
glasses, I can't see shit. So
I will say Kool-Aid had a couple drinks that day.
Yeah. You had a few drinks, and when I met you, like, I had my hoodie on, and I came in kind of late, and it was very like stealth mode. So
it's always like the difference of everyone's names versus when we introduce ourselves as our real names when we actually get to see each other in real life. And dude, absolutely awesome. Like, then meeting you and Freddie and Marco and like all the rest of the people.
Oh, I love Marco.
Dude, I mean, like, everyone. It's the kindest of things. That was actually one of the first real times I got to give HEXkins a real hug. I've just been on poke people on a fucking monitor forever. So, yeah, dude. Well, definitely reach out to me a little bit more and like let's chat. I know you've got some solid stuff. And sorry, I spaced out the Gunther name versus the real name versus the hoodie versus having drinks and being like, "Woo, we're in New York."
No, I have to be honest with you. I've listened to you in the past, and whenever you talk, I really try to listen to every word, because what you have a wealth of knowledge and you are insanely intelligent. So like I pay attention. So I wanted to make sure I told you that, because I've heard you a few times. I'm like, damn, this guy's on point.
Well, I've called like so many things, but I mean, I'm just looking at it from like my job, which is like I worked at Arcane, it's the Richard Hart of systemic game studios. Every game is game of the year, and we suffer. But like when you actually pull it through, the baby at the very end of the bathwater, it's something magical. And after you've done that, you can actually like kind of see how other things hit those vectors. And so like Hedron is the very first step of encapsulated assets with throughputs that pay bonded liquidity. I mean, yeah, I've talked about it for a while, but I would love to chat with you anytime off stream, sir. Like anytime.
Hedron, I'm so bullish on Hedron. I mean, if you're just minting or claiming your Hedron and not buying it, I think you're crazy. I mean,
yeah, I bought like $400 at it close to the bottom.
Yeah.
And then I moved in, like, because most of my liquid, I don't have any left. I gave it all away to sponsor families. And now I'm just feel like that was great to do, but fuck, I wish I had it right now. And all the sacrifices at the same time and all the rest of that.
Yep.
But I've got my ladder situated out that my first real unstake is in September. No touchy for 2 years. That's what I tell everybody. Nice. And I live to that same example because now I know that where I have that liquidity will come in. And even my chump change is now worth a lot of money to invest in PulseX, liquid loans. I didn't get a chance to do Mintra because I'm low on liquidity, but like I respect Gerardo heavily. But like now, again, like I was saying, we are building Hexakin inside HEX 3.0. Hexakins are acting on Richard Hart mindsets to develop the things in the future that hopefully replicate Big K, everything else that comes out. And also props to Big K's icon.
Yeah, so that's solid.
Joe Hexotic original.
In full disclosure,
go ahead, Gunther.
I put in about $78,000 in the Hedron, close to the bottom. I think it was like 2x from the bottom. I predicted the bottom on the day, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure.
Six leading zeros and 52. And I was like, this is a great opportunity. I saw the value instantly. I said, you know what? This is a solid play. I would have put in more if I had it. I just don't. That kind of.
Yeah, I was literally using my because I custodian about 150 families worth of wallets, and so basically I only have a little bit of liquid left. So I cashed out a ton that I had sitting as stable to ETH, and I was just going down through my archive of all the people I care about and be like, all right, claim. And then I'm like, well, I've got this left. I'm going to landlock this wallet. Bye. And I mean, that was 526 million. And I'm like, phew. And then 3 weeks later, I'm just like, fuck, wish I would have done more.
Yeah,
no,
I know.
But if we look at even the chart and what's going on, it's the same method. So we got some silly people dumping, but a lot of small guppies being like, this is HEX 2.0, well, 3.0, if you really think about it, because what you're doing is just like Staker has the ability to trade stakes later through Gnosis Safe. Hedron has the ability that those loan fees is actually what's going to be burned. It is actually the grinder mechanism that's going to raise the price. It is the emergency unstake feature paid to the price appreciation, not to the people that get it. It's a different factor, right? So it's very, very interesting when you look at the chess game that's unfolding.
Yeah, I think Hedron takes HEX to like a whole nother level.
Oh, well.
We're now like talking about like 5-dimensional chess here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's great because like you already see users buying HEX, staking it for 5555 as an HSI, and then they're able to, like, as the price of Hedron goes up in value, eventually they'll be able to, like, that will have like real liquidity for that user, so they could either borrow against that stake or mint the Hedron that's associated with the stake, and they could. I think it'll just help. It's just an interesting, I guess, to see how the two assets will work really well with each other going forward.
Think about it like you have an interstate, you have an off-ramp or a state road, and then you have the express highway. Those things work in tandem with each other. So even before I built Roy's background, way back when, way big pre-heyday, I was talking to him about making a card game wrapped in T-shares, and I had this whole system subset on how to do that. And we're talking, what, 2 years ago? Hedron is taking it at the base level that you can play this game, and you can allow yourself to basically, it's like trading oil futures. But instead, at the end of the day, you get a barrel of crude at your back end instead of this fake paper representation of assets like Robinhood, like PayPal, Cash App, all the rest of that. It's no longer an actual paper future. It's the real crude in the back. And that's when I saw Alex, and he's in my Kool-Aid University where I teach people CG. Alex is an awesome person, an awesome hexagon, and I've enjoyed any time I get to talk with the guy. But if you actually look at what he's building, he's enabling a platform that good hexagons can actually, with B shares, maybe purchase a T share. And maybe they could only afford 100 B shares, but maybe because someone else was stupid on how they played their game, they can capitalize on that and buy one T share in 5 years. That's crazy fucking theory. And it's applicable. So, and that's just the start of HEX 3.0, because wrapping, and that's what I've always said on all my streams and what I talked about in New York, wrapping is the most important understanding on how you can use interoperability to actually make things do things, right? You couldn't, just having gasoline doesn't mean you can use a car. Without having gasoline in a car, if you don't have tires, it doesn't mean you can't drive. It means you can turn on the engine, but you can't go nowhere. So understanding how these wrappers influence each other, it's going to be very, very interesting moving into the future, because not many people understand the value of real NFTs. An NFT is an identity. It's a social security number. Social security number can be held by an address. I can have an apartment with 2 rooms. There we go. Camera, 2 rooms. And then me and my roommate can both have a partner. We can have a partner that lives there, and we have a child. That child is a sub NFT of 2 identities that hold in a wallet or a house. That child can go to college, and that college is an extension of the accredited NFT thing that a sub NFT that a real NFT made. So understanding the mamushka doll of how it works is NFTs can hold NFTs that can nest NFTs that can act on oracles and DAOs. Very, very, very important to understand in the future of metaverse, Web 3.0, HEX 3.0, however you want to brand those buzzwords. Understanding that is the most important thing.
This chart is insanely bullish. Setting higher lows and higher lows. Good God.
I haven't seen Dex Guru yet. I've been looking at Dex Screener, and it's cool just to see the order books fire in real time.
Yeah, I'm literally, that's, my wife and I were at the bank to send a wire so we could buy a big bag of this tonight. So Hexagon 720 a week ago was like, bro, you should start buying in. You should start buying in. I was like, no, I'm gonna claim my bonuses, and I had some stakes that ended, and I minted that. But I was like, I don't think I'm gonna put any money into it. And all week in Vegas, he's like, bro, do it, bro, do it. And then we had what, a 7x over the last
It's crazy.
6 days, 5 days.
No, we've actually gone up like over 12 times in value from the all-time.
Oh fuck! Don't tell me that.
And that's happened in like 7 days.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's crazy. By the way, Freddie, the best way to do your wires, if you don't know, is Gemini. I'm not sure what you use, but Gemini is hands down, if you're in America, the best and fastest, easiest way to wire, because they print you out this giant little sheet and you just hand it to your banker, and you're just like, do that. And then 2 hours later, the money's in your account. Do it. You don't even have to explain it to them. Don't say it's crypto. It'd be like, you hand them this piece of paper, and you're like, do that.
Here's a question from Beyond All. I don't know if Gunther or Kool-Aid want to chime in first. Do you guys worry that Hedron is eating Hex's lunch in Hex's house?
No. Gunther, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. You first, sir.
All right. So, like, if you think about the interoperability of,
you got Jet.
Let me cut you off, Kool-Aid. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off here. I appreciate you having me on, brother, and it's always good to see you guys. Big K and Kool-Aid Gunther, thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Foosball table, Freddie. You now have immaculate fucking cred. Foosball table, classic, not tornado. All the love, dear friend.
Next time we're together, we'll have to find a place and play a game, brother.
Oh no, wait, we are gonna have a massive game. It is going to be
hell
fun.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right,
take it easy, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for having me, Cabana.
Yeah, brother.
See you later.
Okay, so let's go back to the simple statement of eating people's lunches. So, if I had to ask anyone on this panel, I've said it before, so the knowledge is out there. What is the most important human economy or a commodity ever made? Gunther and Cabana. Oh, trivia. Hey, Cabana.
Yo.
What is the most important human commodity ever invented or acquired is the better word?
Time.
That's cheating because you can't spend it.
Well, see,
You
I
can pass
answered
it.
correctly.
You can't spend time. You can pass time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then that was my answer. Gunther, what do you got?
Oh man, I don't know. Human commodity.
Yep. I'll give you a cheater. Most people would say the wheel.
Like invention?
That's a commodity, isn't it?
As much as what I said, perhaps.
Yeah, but you can't spend time. You can just pass it. You can actually use a wheel.
I would like to spend my 4 wheels, sir.
No. I was just saying, like, can you go to the time baron and like do anything with it? No, you can just live it.
Gotcha.
Well, the answer is horses, because horses are beasts of burden. They were a commodity to allow you to trade, to have prestige, to allow you to hunt. And without horses, what are you carrying the wheel yourself? Without the ability of transit, the wheel was worth nothing. You don't get just one wheel and just dragging around and thinking that you're cool. It doesn't work that way. You had to have had beasts of burden to drag things, and then they invented the wheel. So if we think about HEX, HEX is the horse. Hedron is a wheel that allows you to use future interoperability. So these people that are complaining about their emergency end stakes, you're missing the point. People will be trading this secondary asset just like HEX scale that allows paper HEX to go into the investment avenue. It's a different wheel. And wheels turn into cars. Cars turn into planes. Planes turn into rocket ships. But if we didn't have the first beast of burden that allowed us to manipulate, air quote, time to be faster, that we could use it, then we wouldn't have that. We'd have to walk, manipulate, and do everything with our 2 hands. So Hedron is the first encapsulation of allowing a wheel to be placed behind a horse.
That's a solid explanation. I cannot compete, but I will just add maybe a few comments.
Please.
You mentioned like emergency end staking, right? So some of these guys are emergency end staking and taking that capital and buying Hedron. They're basically being judged. But honestly, if you think about it, if they're emergency end staking and you're a staker with T shares, what do you care? You're getting penalties, and even if they dump the price down, okay, maybe they hurt themselves in the long run. But they're also, if they bought like the bottom of Hedron, that's a solid play for them because the return on investment is crazy if you're buying an asset near the all-time low, which is the point of maximum financial opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is that if you have to correlate it to like any of us, like old OGs, people that have actually streamed, people that have done effort in the community, not no homework hexicans that like to troll on Twitter or just log into one of a few videos, you ain't touching your goddamn stakes. You're not emergency unstaking. You know better, but you've earned enough capital over this time that you probably have some dry powder, or you're an adult that's been working to add that dry powder that now you are in a position to act to buy. If you are new, why would you emergency unstake something that you're new that you're probably going to get nuked? Unless you're staking for like 40 days, which I think you still get nuked under 90 days. There is a value of understanding the current position that you are in to buy. But all of that you're doing is adding wheels to the horse of HEX. And eventually that cart and buggy will be a car wrapped together, whether that's with MCA and a HEX scale, whether that's with Hedron and wrapped tradable shares in the future. But remember, with Hedron, unless you're ludicrous, you would wrap. Here's another easy way to explain Hedron. Hedron is like having an Uber driver, right? I can drive a car. I'm a retired truck driver. So if I use my silly little phone to hire a silly little driver, and I have an A-class CDL, doubles, triples, hazmat, Rodak, Katrina, and a semi-truck, and I'm allowing myself to be in the back seat to someone else driving that car, they could decide to go drive off a bridge. And my little phone app is not going to prevent them from doing that. But I summoned said car through said phone app. And if that car can be upgraded from a Prius to an Uber Black, amazing. If that car can be upgraded from that Uber Black to a stretch limo, also amazing. But I am giving my keys to the Uber driver to just drive me around. And that's your life. That is not some coin. That is not some wallet. You are doing it when you take a flight. If your ass really want to be worried about this shit, and you can read the code, and you can read the audit, and you can get to know the people, you should probably gone to flight school before you get on a plane where someone's going to drive your ass. It's the same variable. Hedron allows you to wrap your interoperability to do something in the future. And as long as the code is viable, just like trusting that your Uber driver is not going to drive off of a bridge because they had a bad relationship breakup, then the same commonality should be understood. It is that simple. And it's going to just help prop up Ethereum hex that everything is going to be 15-year stakes. If you want to use HSI, you don't have to. You can do whatever you want. You can also drive your own car to work. You don't have to take an Uber. You can take a bicycle. You can do whatever you want because you're an educated adult. So any of that rest of that stuff, I will compare that to anything that you're already doing and asking, why aren't you taking that same logic and applying it to something else? Because it is the same.
What's also very interesting too is there's such a high supply for Hedron, and because the price is so low, it basically, after a 90% crash, it had like 6 leading zeros, which is insane. So you're crazy to not buy this asset. And I think just because of unit bias, a lot of people are thinking I could get billions and billions of Hedron. And so they come in and buy it, and everyone else follows them. And so it drives the price up. But as the price of Hedron goes up, now when you create, there are going to be some users that take that Hedron first and just swap it for HEX. And then they stake it for 5555, but then they'll stake it on Hedron platform as an HSI. So now what they can do is they can mint for the life of that stake, and they can also borrow against that stake. And once Hedron has enough value, it actually makes sense to borrow against that stake. And you could technically let that stake get liquidated if the value was high enough, right? And then just kind of like repeat the process, convert Hedron to HEX and stake again for 5555. So there's a lot of deep game theory built into it. If once you start peeling the onion, I guess.
Well, you can also shout out to Red Squirrel. Red Squirrel's Liquid Loans Hedron plan is tippity top, and the squirrel always message me and shows me his stuff, and it's tippity top. But you can actually use that same method in theory to bind liquid loans against Pulse with Hedron against EHEX, then take a liquidity binded pool between EHedron and PHedron, and then play that systematic thing out, and then do both on both chains. It depends on how much you really want to dig into this layered chess strategy. Should you not want to, just don't do nothing stupid. Hire your Uber driver, get off, don't complain. Don't be a talking head. Nothing annoys me more than talking heads.
You could also play it really simply. Just mint your free Hedron against all your stakes, buy a fat bag of Hedron, and don't touch your Hedron for 10 or 15 years. And
2 years bare minimum. But yes, sir, you are right.
Yeah,
it depends.
Yeah, you let it appreciate in value for 2 years, and maybe after 2 years, maybe you scrape 1 to 3% profit. Very small percentage. Maybe you only need 1% at that point, and then you just let the rest ride. Just hold it long term.
If you're an OG and you get on at multiple zeros of anything, 1% profit is nothing, but it's life-changing to those that have lived in this American Ponzi that we live in. Life-changing. And what you're not doing is you're not damaging the price. And ideally, hopefully, you're building on these ideas as well, right? You know what I mean? That's the one thing that the Hexkins I love and enjoy and talk to behind the scenes. We're building. And so even 1 or 2% that we would scrape goes to build something that adds another cornerstone or development around the whole thing that puts another stop loss, if you will, that helps us push it back up. because we are the lifeguards now defending the ecosystem outside of what the original OA was doing. And so, like, actually taking part in that and understanding, don't be a maximalist. That's what we hated in the beginning, because A, you haven't done your homework. Even Richard says, change your worldview. But what you do is you just learn and you evolve and you apply. That's probably the most fundamental thing that you can do to use Richard Hart mindsets, or a good human mindset, because that's all it is. He's playing StarCraft with finance. That's his niche, and that's what he's good at. And he applied that in a particular way to show us how to do the same thing.
What's amazing is that more HEX is going to be removed from circulation because of Hedron, and it's going to be removed for the max length of time. You could just do 5 all day, right? Why not? Why not? Because you can get liquidity out from Hedron if you need it, and if you don't, you just hold it, right? Or you can sell it. You have so many options. Options are good. You know, when you go in to make your burrito at a place, you like more options generally, right? You can get the burrito of your choice. I don't know. I think it's great. And already since Hedron has launched, we have seen a vast increase in these 15.2 year stakes. This is great.
Mm-hmm.
You can't end those stakes. I mean, you can, but you're going to get, there's going to be penalties. The emergency penalties still apply.
What I love, and then most people don't understand the difference. You can still emergency unstake a Hedron stake. Once you why am I brain farting the word? Once you make it a commodity, it's now a future barrel of oil. You've decided to take what you had and put it on a futures market so you could get a loan, and then that will be traded based on your decisions on what you wanted to do. But that's better than emergency unstaking for you, for as the individual, because you have the chance to buy it back. The people complaining about emergency unstakes are, again, Fax Machine Maximalists Limited. And what the idea is, because Hedron people can emergency unstake. Yeah. The question is, did they take the loan? The loan is an option.
Yeah.
Like you guys were talking about earlier with CM, he decided to emergency unstake because that was his play. Give back to the community, all of the rest of the type of stuff. Having options is like having multiple roads on an interstate to drive on. The side road, the interstate, or the expressway. You can choose what you want to do.
Agreed.
Big K, what do you think?
I think you all summed it up, man. I was enjoying
what wine are you drinking? Because you know I'm savage in box, but like, what you got today?
This is some crossbar into Napa Cab 2017. Pretty good. I mean, it's like mid-range in price. I think it was like $45 or $50 for the bottle. It's not nothing like crazy, but really, smooth. Little dry pepperiness to it.
Good.
I'm enjoying it thoroughly, and the conversation going on is very enjoyable.
Well, anytime I see you, I'm always happy, my dear friend.
Cheers. Well, it's good to be on with you, my good sir. I mean, like I said, you take all the words that I have and that I never thought I would have right out of my mouth.
Anytime that you need to chit chat, let me know. Things are moving very, very good for me in the future. I'm actually going to start building stuff, which is great. Hopefully I'll get out of this goddamn day job soon, but things are very, very good, and the future is bright. Again, Hexagon Inside is the most ideal thing that people need to remember instead of this little talky head, complainy head thing. We are building upon the ideals that what we've learned, and if we don't do it, someone else will build it, and they will not have the same mindsets. And so we want to get there. A, first, B, teach that this is the way, right? If you want to be the whole Mandalorian thing, like this is the way. And we can apply that to future generations of children, future generations of elderly, future generations of understanding education, healthcare, energy. I mean, mad energy is dope as fuck. So like, as we move forward through that paradigm, how are we going to change the world? And it's, step by step, bite by bite. But look how fast and far we've come. And I'm not even the OG, the oldest of the OGs. You know, I came in late because my onboard sucked ass and didn't hit me in the head like a shit ton of times, like I do for my people. Like I literally get a sledgehammer and I'd be like, "You gonna watch the homework or do I need to use the hammer?" And if they don't, they get the hammer, and that's fine because they don't have an excuse that no one took the time to explain it to them in simple and complex with homework that folds together.
Somebody earlier, this is kind of a tangent, but somebody earlier made the comment that HEX will never retest the all-time high, and it's really it's a foolish statement because they don't understand market psychology. They don't understand that markets are designed to wash you out, and they don't understand that there's a redistribution happening during these like major crashes. Look at Bitcoin. Look what happened at $30. It crashed to $2. And then in the future, it was worth 69,000. So yeah, you could hold on to that thesis, but I can assure you that many markets can disprove that thesis instantly. So it's just really foolish to hold that position.
I mean, it's foolish to hold that position if you didn't watch Wales, Me, and Access Alive on the anniversary of Nixon taking the gold off the gold standard. The U.S. has changed its fiat currency 3 times. Most fiats barely can stay 60, 80 years. And so even that thesis inherently of itself would remove the access that we've only had the internet on a phone, maybe 13 years. We've only had the internet as interoperability, maybe 20 years. So when I say fax machine maximalism, you realize that you're living carrier pigeon maximalism. You don't even get a place unless you got your whole bunch of pigeons up there to even talk about understanding how quickly Metcalfe's law and Moore's law are pushing against each other and moving faster and faster and faster. So if you understand the validity that nothing pays trustless yield in the world at all, period, and the commodity that you're trading, dirty fucking fiat, that you have to live in Ponzi America or wherever you are, or fuck, I feel horrible at what's going on in the world between also the Ukrainian people and the Russian people. They at least have some kind of lifeline that they can do a bartered trade in between each other. I mean, technically you can do non-internet BTC. I never had to fuck with it, but I know it's done, able to be done. There are ways around that type of thing. When I wrote about Elon Musk's law versus Jobs' law, Musk's law is that Starlink is the most important crown of jewel because it allows interoperability of data and accessibility for both his EVM cars and his rockets, and allows that without care of governments or accidents. So understanding these type of throughputs is the future. HEX is decentralized yield, period.
What's crazy now is that when you stake HEX, you get yield in the form of 2 assets. You get HEX and Hedron. That's powerful. People are crazy that are selling HEX. They're insane. You need to understand what you own before it's too late. You guys are crazy, crazy, crazy. You guys just dumping the hell out of HEX. Crazy. Understand what you possess.
And regardless of price performance, you get copies of both of them. So
again, we use Hedron and T shares. We have P Hedron and PT shares. 2 wheels on what? A horse. It's again, you have to understand how these mechanics build on top of each other. And as multiple assets build and wrap around those ecosystems, you're adding an extra wheel. How many wheels do you have on a semi? A lot. Because we need them to do what we fucking do. You don't think that again, if I go back to the analogy, I'm not running around with a wheel on my back thinking that I'm using a wheel. You have to have the horse to then have the wheel, to then have the carriage, to then have the car, to then have the scalability. It's important.
So somebody also had an interesting I'll let you read the comment. This is funny.
Go ahead.
The K in 4K. That's how we roll.
I'm wishing. I'm working on my Starlink right now. So as soon as it comes, I think I'll be more consistent here.
You definitely had a Minecraft meme look going on before.
Yeah. I'm watching
some
myself.
CDs.
I'm having some serious network issues. If I talk too much or I get too excited over here and start dropping packets,
Start jumping up and down, and it's like, nope, cut. Yeah, can't handle this.
In one of the chats, maybe the Hedron trading chat, I forget which chat, but somebody made an interesting observation with respect to like institutional money coming in the future into HEX, and what they could do is simply buy it and stake for the max length of time on the Hedron network, and the institution itself could keep the liquidity, meaning they could keep the Hedron that it could mint against it or borrow against it, I guess. And then the yield from the HEX stake at stake maturation could be paid to like the users. I was kind of wondering what you guys thought about that. I thought it was interesting. Like,
it's an interesting idea, but I don't think. I mean, Big K may be talking with more of the MCA people than I do, but from what I understand, institutional investors can only trade a paper commodity. That's why Grayscale has to have BTC or whatever the fuck it is. And that's why HexScale, what they're doing with the MCA and all the rest is that they're going to be buying this asset and locking it up. And it doesn't matter. They never fucking sell. What they sell is the ability of their shares to go up and down. You can take profit in that kind of mechanism. Now, whales or pools or DAOs, those can actually do that because that's not regulated as far as corporations. Like even both MCA and I believe Mad Energy have restrictions of accredited investors. And so like I dislike the fact that you have to be rich to get the tools to be richer. That's why I require sweat equity to talk to me, not really funds. I know some people charge a lot of funds or rates to talk to people with expertise. But you have to understand why those regulations matter, both as a protection, but also a little bit as a hindrance. So if you are a small fish, you can do all of those things that were just said, regardless of what you do. Like, for example, Rackham, I'm sure, does his stuff as an individual, not as his corporate identity of his VC. Now, his VC itself can do other things outside of that identity, but what they can do is they can lever and support, right? Just like you would see stilts on houses in hurricane locations. We know that at one point a storm is going to come in, and we need to make sure that the floodwater has the ability to run. So you plan for that. And if you plan for that, you can understand the ecosystem. But even as a small fish, you can take part in understanding this and wrapping it into your current like ideology.
I like it. Thanks for that explanation, man. I'm a pleb in these matters. These are way outside the scope of my knowledge. So
I mean, so everyone has a cut of cloth, sir. We all have a different job that we do well. And when we come together as a phalanx, we are Sparta. We are an army. We are a contention. We are something that you have to deal with. And if you ignore it long enough, I mean, the nasty example is it's fucking bed bugs. Once they get in, you can't even fucking burn it with fire. It's the one thing that you do not want. Roaches, fine. Bed bugs, no. The one thing that you have to understand is that all of us coming together with different cuts of cloth, from investing in something as an OG, or doing a chain analysis, or talking about the future understanding of mechanics and systemic design and how you zip those up together and then fold and fold and fold. It's just going to add to inspiring someone else to do something else. And then they fold on top, and they fold on top, and they fold on top. That's how you fold a piece of paper 10 times or 7 times, and it's the strength of concrete. You can't fold it anymore. And as we do that, and more times, we create the bedrock for HEX 3.5, HEX 4.0, all of the rest of these ecosystems that are built on Richard Hart mindset, Richard Hart principles. longevity, green energy. It's even like, Big K, like over in Puerto Rico, they've got bad infrastructure things. You've heard my Flint stint many times. I think I've told you to over the phone. Once we can deploy that infrastructure in Puerto Rico that I've explained over and over again, like how to do it, it's game over. There's no longer internet issues there, and we make it where they're hurricane proof, right? You know what I mean? Because that's the hardest part of looking at like the Dominican Republic or Haiti or like all the rest of that, is that a lot of those areas don't have a safety net. And if we can deploy those safety nets, we can actually change people's lives and how they live into the future.
This is not a repeat.
Belly brand.
A different one. He likes the
That's
133s. I've seen him in
Yeah.
multiple streams and chats. Bro. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, appreciate that, brother.
You are certainly appreciated.
Very
And
good.
a
Awesome.
young Hex legend who was out in Vegas. I did ask if he did get digits because I saw him with some lovely ladies out there.
Yeah.
Didn't ask them. Could have gotten them, though. Oh, okay. Now we're cocky. Maybe next time. Oh, boy.
Up and comer.
Oh, boy. You got it.
Brand, you still need to come visit me. You need to come visit me. Escape to PNW. That shit is evil.
I'm doing that in September, I believe. So yeah,
Good. Come.
it's happening.
That or like a whole bunch of people. I got to meet all my Burning Man friends, and it was cool to see Cosmic give the awards. He was my first on board, and then Sarah J is one of my other generals. So like, it's cool to see my family that I brought up now doing Hexagon things. The Hexagon side. That's the mindset. That's what we inspired to do.
It's awesome.
So what are you doing, Big K? I haven't talked to you in a while. Like, you got any secret sauce you want to say on some stuff that you've been doing, or like?
Hey, all right, what?
I did.
I
I
mean-
saw the jam band thing in Cancun or wherever you were. At Cancun.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, it was. I have some friends that will do those. There's a bunch of those resort events.
It's like Halloween, but for jam bands in the
Lights for
Caribbean,
Panic
right?
Dead, all those ones. So we're out. Did I lose everybody? Oh, great.
No, we can hear you.
No, you're back.
We
Sir.
can hear you.
Internet.
Your audio is fine.
Internet.
Your audio is fine. Big K.
I think it's back.
Your audio is fine.
Your audio's good.
Okay, good.
If you had to, you can always nuke your camera, and then that'll free up. There you go. But
pretty
No,
logo.
so anyways,
that
the festival
Kool-Aid logo.
that they've done out there, they've done it for like 7-8 years. It's pretty badass. So that was at the My Morning Jackety one. Saw some good acts out there. It was lots of fun. But besides that, I'm getting ready to rebuild mines and do some filming for the documentary. So I'll be busy with that.
nice.
Until we wrap. So I'm gonna be this. I've still been doing that, and kind of like that's my main focus for the next 3 weeks or so, 4 weeks, and then
Speaking of
then
that
we can maybe
documentary
move to some
thing,
fun.
speaking of that documentary thing that you're talking about there, Big K,
Yes,
I noticed
yes,
a
yes.
fun little Easter
Oh.
egg on the website in comparison to what we've been told by Richard Hart upon in regards to the release date. So if you look at the old timeline, you scroll all the way down, there's actually a timeline now. And where is it? It's disappeared. Where did it go? Here it is. Production timeline. We are now in principal production, which is going to wrap next month-ish. Post-production and filming through June. And look at the official premiere and distribution. It does not say 2023. That says late this year. So
I mean, that's fast. I'm going to tell you, like, not even involved in anything that they're doing. You should probably add a year into what you really, really want to do in film and game, because they force us to.
come on, Kool-Aid. This is not software. Don't kill my. Don't be a pulse chain here. Come on.
No.
I believe in the timeline.
It's good.
Ooh.
I
Nice.
good.
believe in that timeline.
But remember, the people that are doing that shit to get that out are probably working 60, 80 hours a week minimum, and that's not even.
I mean, there's a lot of people that are spending a lot of time on this production. I've been
Yes, sir.
thoroughly impressed. Everybody that is a part of the production team, everybody that's been part of all the filming and everything, really does deserve some serious credit. And at the end of it, hopefully, it gets to be somewhere in front of lots of eyeballs, and they get that credit, because like I mean, they definitely have dedicated a large portion of their life and existence to getting the best and worst and everything in between of what's been going on for the past, I don't know, better part of 5 months now of all of our lives. So like I'm impressed, you know, so like I'm hoping that the end product will impress everybody else as well. But I also do think that in the way that they are pretty professional and have done this before, they know what they're doing. And the Hexagon 720 is not kidding. They definitely are not kidding with what with their timeline. They're definitely some more fixed on what they know, that they have a formula for this stuff that I think is a little bit more concrete than software development.
No. But what I'm just saying is that for that to actually pull off, like I'm the Hail Mary Larry for fucking shipping games, those people are working around the clock. They have their wives, their families, they are grinding, and that they deserve the tip of the hat to be able to pull that off, because I still am like mostly chilling with my family and doing my thing. I mean, I'm putting in a lot of time with it, but like they're at like where it's what's the word for it? It's where it's a right timing for me, or like, and it's around my stuff. So like, it's not, I definitely give them a ton of credit for, being ready on a dime. When anything comes up, they're like ready to jump on a plane to fly halfway across the fucking world for a clip that may or may not be important, really impressed. Well, that's the whole thing. Is like, if you have the content, you have the footage, you can work with it in post. We call it in the entertainment industry, we'll fix it in post. And then we also use the term ship it. So like, as long as we have the assets, we can fix it in post. But as long as we have the assets and can fix it in post, fucking ship it. It's good enough. So again, just tip of the hat to those people, because I understand the lifestyle, and it's pretty crazy. So Big K, you're gonna come to the burn this year? Main sale comes up real soon.
I mean, I would. I haven't been invited by anybody. I definitely have. I mean, it's something I've never done before. I'm interested. I mean, if you're inviting me on stream here, I'll tentatively say yes. I'm interested very much.
You should. I'm making a hexagon camp. I'm blending it with the Mystics, which I'm their digital ranger. Like I built the virtual temple for all of Burning Man. When
the nerds and the mystics, I like it. And they can get together.
When the vid started, I basically knew that burners aren't game developers, so I dedicated my time to help all the rest of that. But there's some pretty big mystics that are hexagons, and we call ourselves Mist Hexagons. But like, I think I'm going to be starting a camp. So we'll talk offline. But main sale comes up soon, very very soon. So. Hit me up so at least I can get you prepped for that. And I know some other pretty big hexagons that are looking to come. So it'll be good to have everyone there.
It sounds exciting. That's very exciting.
Yeah, I like this comment from Hextronaut. End of principal production should coincide with Pulse launch. That'd be
no.
I don't know. I can't, I don't know anything. In the sense that
I like the idea.
I love the idea. I love for it to be like, if I had my way, it would have already been like it would have happened, and they would have been able to catch it all. Like that would be great. So like because like I know if we have launch. I mean, I'm sure that if there's even an inkling of it happening, they're going to want to, be a part of that in some way, or at places for some of that. So I don't know. Like I said, I would love to see that happen. That would be like, sure. I mean, but don't, like everybody, this is still software development. I know Richard is not like, he's not trying to, push anything for anybody,
Well, the thing is it's just not software development. It's playing with people's money. The one thing that Richard, it took me the longest time to get through the FUD in the early days before I met any of y'all, before Staker app came out. The one thing I had to come to Jesus with myself is that, like, Richard's in it for legacy, to not fuck up and not show how when he points out that people are being stupid and aren't doing their homework and doing the full due diligence, that he's not going to let it do the same. So when it's done, when done, not when moon. I would rather have software that deals with your money actually work 100% of the time, regardless on your timeline. Because I could tell you any game that I worked on that should have been pushed 2 years. And then they took when I say that we should have done it and they cut 3 years off. So now I'm a year cut off on my development and be like, we can't even solve this. Ship it. That's where the term comes from. It's good enough. Ship it. That is not okay with finances. You cannot just ship it when it's people's money that gets hacked. And then you're like, oh, look, Polygon hacked the other day. It's because they shipped it.
Yeah, that's a solid point. I'm in no rush. Take another year, take 2 years, whatever it takes. I'm not saying it's going to take that long. I'm just saying whatever it takes.
Yep, because the thing is that as that happens, we're having more hexkins build more hexkin inside ideals that blend everything together. We make a phalanx that actually has support. Does Doge people and Shibu people actually help, or Shibu, Technu, fucking whatever the fuck they're going to fork next? No. It has nothing to do with a self-contained ecosystem on Hexakin inside. And the things that we build will help build other people, which help build other people, which help build other people. It's the arc. 2 by 2, we come in and we start to build things that will weather the bear, build in the bull, and then be setting the stage for others to build in the bear.
Hey, I did want to also, this is completely different tangent. Oh
shit. Shout out Hex Tangent.
Yeah.
Die.
Shout out DYDX derivative, the slope of the tangent line, whatever, some calculus terms. Anyway, so I also wanted to mention with the OA with Hedron, it didn't just claim Hedron, right? So the OA sent money to 11 different addresses in the early days of Hex that staked Hex for a long period of time. All of those 11 staking addresses minted Hedron, almost 18 trillion Hedron. So you have to think that's just for days served. So there'll be more trillions and trillions of Hedron that those addresses will be able to mint in the future as well. So for me, I thought that was pretty cool to see. It was nice to stumble across that, because it's kind of like a stamp of approval, because whoever owns those addresses, and I don't care who owns them or what entity owns them, but whoever owns them would not interact with the Hedron contract and risk the capital that's in those addresses or the T-share. That would be a huge, huge mistake. It actually claimed first, which was interesting enough, and then minted. When it could have just went straight for minting, but maybe for security reasons, or maybe changed their mind in the process. I don't know. But anyway, I thought that was really cool to see. And in fact, when I saw that, I was like, I'm buying more.
I mean, it's a show of solidarity, and I think it's a show that crawling, walking, and running are important, right? Because like read only is read only, but you could claim and hunt for that AMR bonus, but nobody would know, because I don't believe. I mean, if like with you can actually, between you and Silver, you're the watchers on the wall, right? Like you actually take the time to look at all the goddamn silly shit to actually pull it all down and do all the rest of that. So maybe you could have seen that it claimed that easy, but once it minted, it became public in their wallets. That if you actually see it and use SI or HSI calc or HSI watcher, now you can see it. So it's actually
you can see it both. You can see the transactions in Etherscan, so you can see claim native.
Well, yeah, but that's the hard work, right? You know what I mean? Whereas instead of going to like HSIWatch.com and then dropping in the daughter address, because I know that my claims don't show when I show there. I just show what I actually bought.
Oh yeah,
so, right? Because if they're not a watcher on the wall, They're not an eye of Sauron up there actually looking at everything and doing the hard work to do that. Just because same thing I do game dev. No one understands what that even means, whether it's environment art, game, blah blah blah. But like at the end of the day, it shows solidarity, and it shows that they wouldn't have had their wallet interact with that risky of an atom bomb should it not be there. And because they did that, it also shows that it has value, because people, I believe, whoever the OA is, and I believe that any Richard Hart ideal person understands 4D, 5D, 10D chess and understanding the future on what's being built. And those that are complaining are being talking heads. They haven't done the homework, they don't have the experience, and they don't have the throughput to actually understand what is going on and how does it affect the future of everything else, right?
Honestly, you just to add to what you're saying too, like Silver does some work and I do some work, but honestly, there's so much sharing of information in Hex. It's insane. I get information all the time from people. I'm not just sitting there staring at things all day. Like people reach out to me, and so many people do more complex analysis than I do, way more advanced than I do, and understand liquidity pools and all that. So you have the Hedron trading chat, you have the Hex trading chat, then you have all these like sub chats, like these like side chats that people have created, and people just do so much research. It's amazing. And then they start sharing that information. And obviously some of it is good and some of it's bad, but then you can go back and be like, okay, show me the transaction and let's prove or disprove your thesis on a certain topic, like whether, you know what I mean, by like just straight investigation. Everything's on the blockchain, so you can't really hide it.
Sure, exactly. And that's the whole thing. Is I just know you and Lawrence, because Lawrence is a very, very good friend of mine, and that's why I respect exactly what you two do, because it's the hard work. I remember when Silver got COVID, and it was right before he was doing the whales video with me and Steph. And basically his symptom was his eyes were burning, and he's trying to like calculate these things. And I'm like, he basically can't see. And he was just trying to do shit. Because like he's one of the few people back in the day was trying to actually take this information and show it publicly. It's the same thing as that. Like if I try to explain game theory to people, there is no game theory job. It does not exist. Are you a system designer? Are you a game designer? Are you a AI engineer? Are you a game engineer? Are you a level designer? Like, how are you working within that ecosystem? Using the word game theory is a mutt statement that means you do not know what you're talking about. It's like being like, I like blockchain technology. I like super fast Excel spreadsheets that use gas. Look at me go. I like the metaverse. It was when 1992 came out before AOL. Look at me go, right? You know what I mean?
Exciting projects in development for the future. I can't wait. Like those tweets from like just like owners of like crypto or founders of crypto companies. It's like you're just speaking generalization terms. It's like stop. Like you can read right through it.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, again, Gunther, tip of the damn hat. Because like it's doing that shit's the fucking hard work. It's just like, again, if you actually understand real game dev, you don't use the word game theory unless you're a goddamn game dev. Otherwise, you literally have no idea what you're talking about.
I think I stopped using that term from now on.
Oh no, you get grandfathered in through me, because you can come on with me and we can chat it offline. But the difference is real game theory is super fucking simple. I'm going to take the example of a chessboard. I have these chess pieces. These are the mechanics. These are the levers that you can use. Does the pawn go forward? Does the king not move? Does the horsey go up and to the left? Systemic design is the board itself. It's the checkerboard that allows these mechanics, these levers, to actually be moved. But the most important thing about understanding game theory is it is mechanics divided by systemic design in parentheses times social consensus. So my player can choose to move their pieces what they want, but I also am social consensus to them. That is the first tier of understanding game theory. Now, if I take chess and I remove the mechanic pieces and turn it into checkers, They all move forward, but the system consensus or the constraint is the same color of board. Very, very different game. Now, if I change the board and turn checkers into backgammon, the pieces still move forward. They just turn to the right, and then they go that way instead of moving forward at the player. Understanding true game theory is a term that people use. Understanding what it means is the value. Value is what you get. Price is what you pay.
I like it. Mind blown. Mind fucked.
Goddamn pleasure, sir.
My brain is like melting.
Box whining at its finest.
It's creating like new neural pathways to try to like figure out, okay, what do I do with that information and which neural pathway do I send it down?
What we'll do?
Let's create some. Okay.
Drop your Telegram in here, and I'll send you my my cell. Like all my friends, they have my direct cell, and it's so much easier to get a hold of me. Please just, I mean, Cabana and Big K both know they just call me on my goddamn cell. It's just fast to get a hold of me. And if should you ever need anything, I'm more than happy to chat, because what we want to do is build the cuts of cloth that make something illuminated, right? That's how you get an illuminated manuscript. It isn't just making something and dotting the edges with gold. It actually had process, passion, power, sponsorship, tithes, and now it's history. So that's what's actually important, is all of us being cuts of cloth together to build history. And again, tip of the hat to what you do, because that's some grueling fucking goddamn Excel tracking work. Are you using Nansen AI, or are you doing everything like by yourself?
So a lot of the work that I did for like monitoring was just in the early days when I just separated basically addresses belonging to central entity versus the other addresses. And actually, I stopped even looking at the other addresses mostly. I don't even focus on those. I mostly focus on just the controlling entity, because that's what's really important to me.
Sure.
But then in the process of, like, as you just like go, I'm in chats all the time, and I'm in a lot of them. It actually is becoming
a lot.
I need help. Yeah.
Well, that's why I say
You're gonna be a silver soon, and your eyes are gonna start to.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, like, eventually your eyes bleed, like, between the game devs thing and the people I sponsor and all the rest of it. I've got, like, everything is muted on my phone except text. If you need me, you text me, it bings me, and then I can see where you are in the ecosystem. You have to have separation of church and state at some point. Otherwise, it's just too much.
Yeah, you need balance in your life. That's what it really comes down to. But yeah, so I'll just stumble across different addresses just in the process of being in chats in the day. And then it'll just like lead me into something. I'll kind of like go down a rabbit hole. And even lately, I haven't even really spent that much time. I just, because like you can't spend your whole life doing that, right? Like that's
so they say. So they say.
Yeah.
Interesting note on Silver, because I was like reading some of his Hedron tweets. It's like the excitement that he's showing with that was like, at points during the early years of Hex, and he's like, all right, enough of this. I'm not going to be back until 1/10 of a penny. And I'm like, all right, 1/10 of a penny.
Silver is a very, very, very good friend of mine. I love the fuck out of that guy. And that's the whole thing. It's like, regardless, when people want to cause drama, we are all different cuts of cloth. And ideally, we all want to come together with the same handhold to make a phalanx to move forward. Like, no one can be a goalie and try to score a goal on the other team without teammates coming in to help feather the ball. But the goalie's the most important thing. He's the one that makes sure you don't lose. The other fuckers are the ones that make sure you win, right? So you have to understand what everyone's goal is together. And that's what really is important about when a lot of, again, it's the people that don't do the work that complain. Like no. Again, like I said it earlier, gamers are the worst defunct to gaming. Critics critique because they can't do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a critic. They'd be a fucking developer. Do you hear Scorsese being a critic? No. Do you hear, Coppola being a critic? No. The people that do. The people that critique, complain, the people that buy, or the peanut gallery, they just need to learn and then elevate themselves to either take part in the community or not just shit on things that they don't understand. Because like, for example, Prey, the game that I'm so well known for, we didn't call it Prey to the parent company. The one that pays our bills says, you are now calling this Prey. And then we're like, that's a bad idea. Don't do that. But they're like, that's what they did. And so we got crucified by a shit ton of people that thought it was a goddamn different game. And I'm like, we've been developing this for 4 years. We didn't call it this. The money people did. Why does your opinion on that have bearing? Like, it's not. Just realize what happened with the shake of the deal.
I do see lately a lot of drama, like in the HEX community, and like I've seen so much drama. I was like, it'd be interesting if this like HEX documentary actually turned into like a series on Netflix.
Sure.
So that, because people love drama, that it would just be interesting to chronicle that drama throughout the life history. But it's at the same time also, it's like,
that's a spin-off series.
Yeah, and the drama too. It's like you start to think like people are behaving like this is like the Real Housewives of HEX community or Hedron community.
You hit it right on the head. Yes, sir. You hit it right on the head. We could turn it into a Joe Exotic, or not Joe Exotic, but what
Carol and Joe or whatever it is.
No. What was the actual the tiger guy? Was it Joe Exotic? I just know our Joe. I didn't want to.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
the Tiger King guy. Yeah, so like, the Tiger King guy.
Joe Exotic, right?
Yeah, a difference. When I said that out loud, I'm like, I'm not talking about our Joe. But like, you could fill that into it, but I think if it was just as prevalent as what was it, banking on Bitcoin back in 2017 before it got removed from Netflix for some stupid ass reason. Like one of the dudes I danced with in Austin went to high school with Dread Pirate Roberts. Like, it's such a weird folding of things. But the story is going to be very, very interesting because the first series is going to be about Richard. The second series, which I have not talked to any of them around, but I pretty much guarantee will be, what do the next HEX community people do? Where are their lives? Where are they evolving? That is the next series of the ideal of the fold of cloth that moves forward. I mean, for me, it's simple game theory. Because again,
you said that word, but
I know because you
can use it, sir.
Like, that is my job. That is my job. I understand the things. Like, that is what I do for 80 hours a week for fucking 14 years.
I'm just gonna start calling it pleb theory when it comes from me.
Well, if you're just using the word without actually understanding the variables, it's different. You're just using blockchain, you're using NFT, metaverse, all the rest of the buzzwords. It's the same thing as Web 2.0 that turned MySpace and Facebook completely inside itself. Same thing that turned Blockbuster against Netflix completely inside itself. The term has value. If you don't understand the value, you just can't take a seed from a fruit that you picked and throw it into the yard and expect it to grow.
Yeah.
It's
almost equivalent to like that people misuse like the term exponential, like, oh, it's growing exponentially. But when you look at what's growing, it's like linearly. It's like literally a straight line. You do realize that exponential, it looks like e to the power of x or x squared, or,
right.
X plus b,
Well, it's same like turning on a log chart versus not, right? Because it actually like defines the exponential ladder. And again, I'm not a math guy, I'm a puzzle guy. But like you can actually see the difference in what it feels like to what like you see with blinders on. Because that's the problem, is a lot of people look with blinders on what's going on, whether that's on social media, whether that's on public news, look at what's going on in the other parts of the world, but they're not available public news. Understanding that these blinders are there for a reason, just like accredited investors can't, or they can do what poor people can't for principle and reason. And I think it's silly, but understanding that gives you the knowledge on how to work around it. Because if you understand what is going on, you're not fooled by the Wizard of Oz show, right? You know what I mean? There is a human behind a curtain. making a fucking display. Once you understand that, you're no longer fooled. Simple children things. When I spake as a child, I thought as a child. When I became a man, I stopped doing childish things. So understanding that mythos is vastly important to putting that spin forward on how you do things.
Yep.
There you go.
I like it.
Just wanted to grab a couple comments here that I've been trying to bookmark. Thank you, Hex19. Love you, man. Can't wait to meet you. I missed you in Vegas, but if you're there for in September, I will be there. Valiant Brand, this is not a repeat. Y'all on stream are doing such an amazing, sometimes underrated work. Thank you. I just happen to have really smart people on all the time. I like
thank you.
really smart people, on this show. I mean, we like to have fun, but we like to at least provide some value to the community as well. So thank you guys. Apparently there is a Hex Lambo reveal somewhere. I'll bring you up because it's a super, but
nah, pass. Pass.
I mean,
I still drive by Honda Civic.
People talk shit about a NASCAR, so
yeah. The NASCAR. As you know, Cabana, like I was on point to help with the design because I actually understood it.
Yep.
But what matters is we start again the Hexagon Inside build out of how do we build virality. Like I've talked to Big K about festivals. I've talked to a lot of people about different ideals. The hexagons that people are complaining that have big bags are actually building shit. And that is the most important thing. We are continuing to build bedrock. And those are nodes in a spatial web that connect and build together. And they support everything else. That is the most important thing.
Yep. You guys want to hear about my experiment that I tried out? I think I did it last night or this morning. So
it's a very recent experiment. Go for it.
It's a very recent experiment. I realized that I have 10 liquid hex. That I had 10 liquid hex in my wallet, and that was too much for me. So,
did you 5 it?
Yep, on Hedron as an HSI.
Just 10.
Yeah, and obviously the gas fee is like $14, and it's only $1.29 at the time.
It's an experiment. It's
just an experiment, just for fun. Let's see what I can turn $1.29.
Huddle Dog got fucked in gas with his 0.1 and completed for over like 2 years.
Excellent accent there. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I've been really like trying to like, I don't know, I guess trying to set a good example because like I just see, I know we talked about this already, but like it's just one of the biggest things that's been bothering me is just like all these flexes. I mean, in the early days, it sort of made sense because you're like, okay, people are saying there's no liquidity in Hex. And so we proved them wrong instantly by like cashing on me. Even I myself, I bought a Tesla Model S Plaid, right? I bought a very nice car. But it like to demonstrate liquidity, right? To prove that you can pull real money from this market. We've already demonstrated that. We've beat the horse to death. We don't need to demonstrate anymore. We don't need to buy. I mean, you can, you have that choice, like you said, but you don't need to. You don't need all that fancy stuff. Sure, you want to live like a nice life of luxury, but like, don't go crazy. This is the early days. You want to set a good example. We don't want people to get wrecked. That like, I'm thinking about all the people that bought 51 cents. It's like some older people. And then you see all these young Hex OGs dumping and then flashing their supercars. It's a bad look. From an optics point of view, it's a bad look. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look right.
What's interesting is you talk about people who bought, I guess, towards the highs, and that brought to mind the guy and his wife in the sizzle reel, and for the highest of stakes. And I think if my timing's right, that was like Hex was like 40 cents ish, and I think they're following that story a little bit. So I'm curious just to see how that plays out because obviously if he stakes it, he'll be good.
All the house money. I mean,
but it's like by the time the documentary comes out, where are we going to be? And if, maybe there's follow-ups and, you know, spin-offs or whatever, and it follows the lives, like Kool-Aid was saying, you know, or something follows the lives of Hexkins. So
I mean, I really think, like, if my gut check on timing is right, I think that documentary went out before Pulse announced. I'd have to actually take a look, but it's within my gut check, which is pretty good on timing, like off of a random spatial consensus. But so they had to record the footage, process it, develop it, which is probably about 2 or 3 months. So if I had to gut check it, I think they probably bought it about 4 cents. I'd be curious to like talk to them, to throw a dart at a wall to see if I'm right.
oh, the guy in the sizzle reel?
Yeah, the dude with the beard. And
Yeah,
like,
it's my understanding
we
that
just put
that
it
was,
all in. It's just like
that was
what
still
all in?
being,
It's like all of our house money.
yeah,
I'm
that
pretty sure if I had to like literally without zero homework done, they probably did that at like between 4 and 9 cents.
I think it was done a lot higher because from what I remember, that was still being talked about as a concept, and the price of Hex was much higher than that. So,
I mean, if
that's my understanding. We can
it's
fun to
random
speculate.
I mean,
bet
I
that will
got
lose at
involved.
this
I got
if you can-
involved.
Oh, Big K, let the man speak. There you go. The authority.
I got involved, you know, as a producer at the Furu's eulogy, which was the literal top. So, you know, while we were filming is when.
What?
And he's gone.
So
Rug pulled
There you
himself.
go. You're good.
sorry. I'm still here. I'm still here. I was just letting that sink in. Yes, it was at the very literal top. So, you know.
The
I mean, that's why
Furu's
that's where the
was
interest
that
is.
50 cents? No, it wasn't.
No, so
Yeah,
it was.
like we were like,
Yeah, it totally was.
the eulogy came just a little bit after 51 cents. It was around 40 some cents because I did a chart.
That was
the
the
other day.
drop, though. The filming
Yeah, like
of
it was already dropping from the high, and that's
no,
when they
no,
wanted-
the drop. No, what I meant is what we were filming it. We were filming the video for it. So like
it was a few weeks prior.
while we were filming the video was the literal top, and like
Oh
at
my
that same
gosh.
time the movie folks were filming there with us, and they came out. I went to dinner with them, and we decided that I should be a part of this as well. You know, that was when I was like, yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I
So,
just
like-
know that when I moved to LA, I think I got my roommate to sacrifice for Pulse. I believe it was like at 7 or 10 cents. So that's like kind of where I'm trying to run my parabola from. But again, like I didn't see the production shots when it out, but I didn't think it was 45 when he did.
I mean, they might have had the idea a little bit beforehand and started to like because again, when I got involved with them, I had just seen like the Sizzler had come out probably like what a week before that, so I had just seen that and was like, wow, that's you know, it's maybe it was 2 weeks before that, so like they shot that probably like a month, so like it was on the way up. It was on the way up when they shot the Sizzler, so like it was me. You're right, probably around 40 cents.
Hey, just a comment too. Like, there's something to be said about like not being like arrogant. Like when you come across like mega millions, right, and become wealthy. Like I don't know. Like at first when I first heard the video, I was like, okay, this like it's got a nice rhythm and stuff like that. But then like as you think about it and watch it, you had to think about the optics of that video and the interpretation of that video as people watch it. I'm not putting anyone down. Like I'm trying to be respectful, but at the same time, like the look of that, it doesn't look that well. And notice that video was recorded on the very top, the absolute peak of Hex.
I think a lot of that.
I think we should just be really careful. I guess what I'm saying going forward.
I think a lot of that was well, obviously, I think it's coincidental, but the purpose if it was like a flex video that coincided with the top, then I'd say there's more of a correlation there. But that was specifically for everybody who talked shit, disparaged, called Richard Hart, slandered him, slandered the community. That was an FU to them, and. That's
the only thing I will.
It wasn't like, hey, I'm out here in my Lambo. That would have been total cringe.
Yeah, the thing is that like what I will say to not combat Gunther, but to support is a true Hexican that will flex will not dump. and shit and fucking fill the toilet and actually act like do it bad. A real Hexican knows how to use the straw to benefit them. It is not, if not, you're just being a no homework Hexican, which is almost worse than even calling yourself a Hexican, because we teach each other on stream. Like I've called no shows on like 5 or 10 of Cabana streams, but my crazy job is crazy. And like I actually messaged him today and be like, I'm free at 2. Jesus Christ, I've actually slept. I'm not up 3 days. Like I actually can get on. But I don't feel that anyone that would flex as an OG Hexican would just market dump. They fucking know better.
Yeah.
They're A, losing their money, B, losing their asset, their slippage, C, setting an example if someone finds out their address and wants to do cross-chain. There are many ways for us to pull rapport on how you handle things pro and con. So though I do agree with you, I do believe that the OGs that are actually doing it actually cash out in favor and help to support. The people that dump are not. They are not hex flexing. They are just fucking cashing out because they're a fucking idiot. Sorry, my friend. But like,
I don't think you ever see 95% of those people ever on stream.
No, exactly. Why would they? I mean,
you might see 1 or 2, but I'm just saying.
They sometimes come in like some of the chats and will like rage quit. Like they'll be angry because we're talking about their wallets, and they'll dump even more.
Dude, but like, I'm not gonna say anything. But like, cross-chain analysis has its adventures, and you are on the horn for what you do, and you can put it into a model. You can actually do that and put it into a graph, and then from there you can put it into a spreadsheet and actually post it somewhere. You can't bitch because you took part in the model. You have to be this tall to ride the ride. Don't be bitching that you got wet or that it sucked or that like your picture looking like a wackadoodle at the end looked like that. You had to be this tall to ride the ride.
Yep.
Like it's like you took part in this ecosystem, and to say that you have a receipt on the blockchain or fucking like that you're complaining but someone has access to your wallet, be like, this tall to ride the ride, sir. Sorry, like I'm actually a lot taller than this. So like you need to know what you're doing, and also not complain when other people can see what you're doing, because you knew what you were getting into and you made money. That's great. Take your money.
Yep.
But like we said earlier, cash it out like an adult. If you want to buy a Ferrari, drink, and drive it into a pole, don't bitch that the money made you do it. You did everything. And just because in Austin, like, so South by is coming up, we have Busted magazine. So it basically shows all the people that get wrecked and drugged and fucking all the rest of that, and their faces are fucking like down there, and you can buy it. And I'm just like, don't be on Busted. It's really not that hard. You really don't want to be on Busted. And
It's
if
gotta
you
be
are,
the coolest thing I've ever heard of. I'd actually like buy a copy. Yeah.
then you should. If you go to South by, Busted's totally a thing. I have friends that are on Busted.
Oh my gosh.
It's just like, when you get on Busted, that's kind of like Wrecked magazine. But you
to
can't
the readers, but probably a flex to some people who are on it.
I try not to deal with wackadoodle things like that. That is not prestigious in my mind.
You try not to deal with wackadoodle things like that?
No, I deal with doodle. I don't know about wackadoodle.
All right.
It's not peer pressure. It's just your turn. Argue your limitations. Or always survive, never get caught. Like we will go party one day, dear Kay, and I'm sure I will survive and never get caught. But that's the whole thing, is you don't want to end up on Busted because you decided to buy a Ferrari, and then there's a fucking cop with a fucking laser gun that naps you with a ticket. Because what are you going to do after you buy a Ferrari? Really?
There's one comment in the chat that says I've onboarded my wife and my youngest daughter at 45 cents. Fuck it all. I will say I onboarded. I'm good friends with my ex-wife, and I onboarded her into HEX literally at the peak with $115,000. And it hurts actually when you do that kind of thing, because like you see like the price chart get wrecked, it goes down 80%, and these are people that you care about. So like I guess like I can sympathize with people that bought the peak, and I feel their pain, and it doesn't matter whether they're new or not. Like we should be sensitive to that. And I guess that's the only point I had with like that video, is that it just looks bad with optics because of things like that. But at the same time, I also know what we've been through as Hexicans. Like we were just slandered and like called a scam. And like, I mean, when I first bought HEX, all my coworkers were like, "Oh, you're so stupid. You put all your money into HEX." I put $8,000 into HEX on day one, and you're dropping an amplifier. So you know, it's like I get it, and just all the shit talking that goes on in crypto about HEX, you know, that like it's just, like all the gatekeeping. So I mean, I totally understand like the motivation, because I felt a lot of the same sentiments. But yeah, anyway, I probably said enough. I'm not trying to create anything. I guess I just a little bit of commentary, I guess.
No, I mean that's totally welcomed on this show, man. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's like, you know, various points of view, because if everybody agrees, then that world really doesn't exist, for one, and then two, nothing ever really gets solved or improved if everybody's just like, "Oh yeah, okay," and then everybody. So our views on that one differ a little bit. I'm in HEX 720's camp, to where, you know, and you were just saying it was more against like, you know, the slanderers and shit talkers. If it were like a flex video of Maseratis, Ferraris, Lambos, all that stuff, then I would have been like, "Oh, cringe, top," you know. It doesn't look good for a long time. But it also, this video last September, October, I mean, it did coincide, you know, with the top. But once that top's taken out, it's going to be irrelevant, and then we look forward to the next one. So
there's a huge difference between BitConnect and where we are now. There's a huge difference in having people that do this with no funding, power, or profit from the work of others. However, they have the community that they build because of their bedrock that they put together that establish and move forward. Remember, like I said a long time ago, no profit from the work of others. If you look in a mirror, which has two mirrors, and flip it on side of itself and fold it, is profit and help others. That's what no profit from the work of others means. If you really listen to it, yes, beat the Howey test, but actually inspire people to do the right goddamn thing. There is a fundamental difference. And people can cash out, flex. But like I said earlier, do you really need more than $35,000 a day? You don't. There's a straw. And like this straw mentality is like, the old analogy is the dragon eating its own tail. It's the infinity enigma of, as the dragon eats more tail, it gets bigger because it's eating more tail. And then from there, it gets larger. And that's how you get the example of the Leviathan. So you have to understand these paradigms, parables, and stop, A, buying something like an idiot and not knowing what's going on, or B, not being a no homework Hexican, or C, dumping because you did the first two.
Yeah.
Like, you can do both, and you can enable both. And again, buying at 40 cents and staking, if you have a family, let's just say your kid is, let's say Freddie's is 2. Let's 4x that. Let's just say your kid is 8. If you stake that for 8 years, your kid is now 16. They're able to drive. What happens if you would have taken Bitcoin at $5 and held it for 8 years? What would have happened at Ethereum for 8 years at 30? Oh, yeah, Ethereum's not 8 years old. Fuck off. Quiet down, peanut gallery.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Chris Side Effects, all the hail. Like, he's my general number one. So Chris Side Effects is the man. awesome drum and bass DJ, great Hexagon. And if you're in Austin, always hit up that guy. He's a gentleman and a scholar.
Hey team, I just got the call that I have to go do some parenting. So as much as I'm having a blast and a half,
the Friday night call, Big K. Pleasure having
Friday
you.
night parenting night.
Well,
have a good night.
So much.
Seriously, fucking call me. Like, I want to talk to you about some stuff soon.
Yes,
I just never want to bother you. But
thank
like,
you
please,
both of you guys for coming by as well. This was lots of fun, and I've enjoyed the talk a ton from both of y'all. So
Thanks for having us.
So cool to have them both on.
Love, brother. Be good.
See you, BK.
yes.
Have a good night.
Yep. Check you later.
Yeah, and just going back to the concept of whales, I guess, dumping and holding everybody back. Big Pep a couple months ago, I think, did videos like his Pareto chart, and I'll link that in YouTube because that's what I've been looking up. It's just, I mean, if you want to, I guess, understand more or feel better about, you know, whales acting or bigger sellers acting and the ecosystem developing, check that video out after this and just bookmark it. I just thought it was a really simple explanation and in the Big Pep way. So I'm a fan of Pep. Met him, hung out. He's a cool dude, and that video I think could be of some service to some out there who are like, oh my gosh, you know, price will never go up from 10 cents because whales. Strongly disagree on that. So, and that video might help, you know, convince you otherwise as well. So, yeah. How you doing there, Gunther? Any other comments you want to address in the chat? I know you've been scoping it out, and I've been like trying to go back and finding others, but you might be more recent than I. There were a bunch or a small bunch that were asking Krypto Kool-Aid's thoughts on the dollar, but that was a while.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
No, sorry. Had to hop away real quick. It gets the real thing if you have to understand what the American Ponzi is and what the dollar is, and if you want to go to a good college, what is that sticker price worth to you in future payments when the interest runs away from you? So if you want to take that exact same fucking concept and quantify it times Hedron stakes, you get 3 payments to make good on your first payment. And if you realize that you can't do that and then it runs away with you, you're like, scam, problem. But the real world is that if you go to college on a fiat dollar, that inflates with an interest rate that you can never pay because the job that you get from that education will never equal what you get. And then Occam's razor and all of that fucking goes away. You fucked. So where do you want to quantify the fiat dollar? Because I can explain it many different ways, but I can tell you how you're being nested into a fucking trap.
Before that happens, if you,
I'm kind of feisty about student loans, as anyone that knows me knows.
Yes, I do know that.
Eventually they get written off. I took out student loans over $40K from Ohio State University, and never paid them.
Yeah.
They got paid off by the Department of Education. They all showed paid.
Let me run some quick calculations if I really want to do it. So let's just say 14,000 a month times 12 times, what am I at, 14 years? That's $235,000 in interest, not principal, in interest.
Oy.
And $1,400 is more than most people pay for rent. Now, realize that if you try to default on this shit, which, I mean, I have other things that I may or may not do publicly, but like I had paid my student loans before I paid my rent So you could add that exact same number and double it. So if we do that number times double, so it means just to exist, I have paid $500,000 just to exist.
Crazy.
That is wild.
Crazy.
That is not fair. That is wild, which is exactly why I go ham on trying to teach others this shit. So that way they don't make the same mistakes.
Yeah.
It might get paid. I mean, I always joke that Sally Mae loans make me immortal because they're never going to let you die. So, like, I was going to a chiropractor the other day, and it's like, do you have problems? I'm like, yeah, I have problems, but I've got $250,000 student loan debt, so I'm technically immortal till I pay that off.
Oh man. All right, I'm gonna have to sign off, guys. I gotta drive my daughter to a friend's house. So
how old's your daughter?
She's 16.
Awesome. Awesome.
It's
Single, your only kid?
Yes.
What's she looking to study in the world? Does she know yet?
I don't think she knows yet. I mean, she has some ideas, but
if she ever wants to do entertainment, anything about entertainment, free open book. Same thing with like Black Hexagon and all the rest of that. I've told them that their kids are welcome to hit me up about Roblox, about programming, about videography, about all the future of entertainment. I've got pretty fucking good grasp that nobody else goddamn does. So please, again, I dropped the I see your number in there as well. Like, please. Teaching children is the most important thing that we can do as a parent, as a friend, and as a village. The most important thing that we can do. So, yeah, we'll sit and chit chat. Hit me up at any time. But I'd love to, if she wants to do entertainment, games, metaverse, NFT, nonsense, art, blah, she has access to me, because the more that we can teach our kids, they will teach their friends. That is the hook that we get everything in, is we teach, if each one teach one. That is how we hook everything. So again, Gunther, goddamn pleasure. Sorry, like I brain farted us meeting in New York, but I would love to get on a regular conversation, because like, as Cabana knows, best way to hit me up is my goddamn cell. I always will do anything if you hit me up that way. And I would love to, A, help you inspire your kids, B, just be there for you for spitballing, because there's only a few of us that understand the cut of cloth. The cut of cloth is going to be vastly more valuable in 2 more folds of the piece of paper.
I agree 100%. Thank you so much for that offer. That's very generous. I appreciate it.
Pleasure, sir.
Thank you guys. All right, you guys have a great evening. I'm gonna bail out.
You announced your exit while I was.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I gotta take my daughter somewhere. I gotta.
All good, bro. Thank you for coming on, man. Spending plenty of time chat. Absolutely loved it, and just having you two actually on stream here finally was just something. I kind of wished at points, but never happened, and it just happened to come together tonight.
I fail Cabana all the
so
time.
Good.
Let's not water this down. I fail Cabana all the time.
Yeah, it's great to rug pull Cabana. Like, there's something.
Because he does trivia. I mean, like, he did not answer.
I kept you out of it, good sir.
No. But you did not answer horses. I gave you trivia. Horses was the answer, not the wheel.
It was time. Yeah, you kind of said I was right, though, right? So.
I mean, time is cheating. I built games that deal with time traveling. That's cheating to me, because I don't want to fold that card. Anyway, Gunther, pleasure.
Yeah, likewise. See you guys later.
See you, brother.
Good night.
And then there were 2. But
2.
hey, I made it, sir. Finally.
You did.
Usually, like, I'm so brain spun on Fridays that, like, I forget what day it is. And then I'm just like, nah.
Yeah, apparently Motley forgot too. So,
like, he's probably recovering.
Oh, I would certainly think so. And he's
that's my daily life. Is I'm like recovering on 3 hours, but like he's probably recovering from the debauchery of the Naga thing.
Yeah. But yeah, man.
When are you gonna come to LA, dude? You should come.
September.
All right. That's 22nd is my birthday. You better come out.
Oh man. All right. Well, maybe I'll do.
That's dangerous. So that if
I I like danger. I'm not afraid. So I could,
Well, in 3 different rounds, I know Side Effects is still on here, and some other Austin people. We had Larry Palooza, and so it was house versus drum and bass for 12-hour festivals. Tip of the hat to Andre Mate. Yeah, like I don't do my festival birthdays anymore, but you should definitely come. We'll love to have you and the lady and the kiddos.
yeah, man. It'll be a total blast. Oh yeah, I'm still getting shout out to Hexiest Man in the World. Thank you for the comment. Pleasure meeting Bran at the mansion party, the Branchin party.
The
No, it wasn't-
Branchin.
It was Naga, but yeah. Cabana Kool-Aid. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Salmon, I think he talked about the dollar like a little bit ago.
So the dollar is a fictitious asset. When you have a bubble, not like what they call a bubble, I'm talking about like you have a bubble thing and you blow it and it goes up and it flies. When it pops, are you not disappointed, or do you understand on where it goes? Understanding the power of where we are has nothing to do with the dollar. It's just you're limited about the dollar that you cash out, if that makes sense.
Does that make sense, Salmon?
Well, I don't know. Half people never understand what I say.
You make more sense after box swining.
I mean, it
I
depends.
think.
It really depends. I've got
you're in.
close Mexicans that after 6 months they're like, I finally got it, and I'm like, can we run fast now? So Terrafin's the man. And again, Hex 19, a pleasure. Same as Sandy Beach.
Yeah, all you guys. So appreciate it. All right. Well, I usually close with like
Nope.
I know you're gonna say that.
Nope,
but I had a couple more things on the list.
You know how to get a hold of me. That's exactly how this works, sir.
You
have my cell number. You
have
know
a few. Do you have a few more minutes?
How it ever works.
Do you have a few more minutes?
Sure, of course. For you, and I'm actually available. I mean, I've got to save.
Well, I mean,
Gunther's cell, but I mean, like,
I don't think.
Yes, for
Hangout
you,
for a
dear
little bit.
Cabana, I will always spare as many minutes as you need when I'm actually, what do they call it, here on time.
Yeah. Well, I had a couple more items on the list that we did not get to as a show, but I was curious as to your opinions on these items.
Sure. I may need a quick smoke break, but yes, if you give me some meat and potatoes, hold on, I'm saving Gunther's stuff right now. But yeah, if you give me some potatoes that you want, I will drill some alpha because my ass.
These are kind of like basic scallop potatoes. Just general opinion.
It depends. Like, so there's memes running around, be like humans, anthropods, fucking like, what is it? Cockroaches, scorpions, all the rest. Like, nah. And then like seafood anthropods be like crab, fucking shrimp, lobster, like, tasty. So like, you know, it's perspective. Perspective's everything.
All right. Well,
what you got?
This is like the fun main one because it's just so new and far off because it's past Pulse Chain, as Richard has stated. But your thoughts on this possible MetaMask clone fork, Ethereum wallet? How could this work? I mean, it would be, I guess, kind of like the Pulse Chain ecosystem is like the Ethereum for Hexikins, so this would be the MetaMask for Hexikins. How do you see this one possibly playing out at months and months, maybe even next year?
No. It's actually it's a very simple chess move in between. So if we look at chess to checkers, which we covered earlier, and checkers to backgammon, which we covered earlier, and understand the throughput of these things, what do we do now currently? We get people through a fiat on-ramp, Kraken, Coinbase, Gemini, immediately take their ETH and toss it into a fucking wallet. And at that point, we tell others they are protected because now they have their keys. No one can take it. Exiting's a different strategy. The fire rises, as Bane says. But you have to understand what you're doing. So at that point, we're taking the Remember, Metamask is just the fucking Uber driver for my Ether wallet. When we had to deal with God, why am I brain farting? The old Dex, Ether Delta. Ether Delta, you could open up a separate browser. I think this is pre-Metamask, and like actually use the contract. Right now, if you want to trade Hedron, yeah, you can swap with Metamask, but if you want to use Matcha or fucking 1inch, you have to take the contract address, which you're a fucking adult because you're a Hexagon, because you've been trained, and drop that into the fucking receiver address or the sender address, whatever you're doing. And then suddenly, token pops up. Great. You are an adult. Golf clap. So, like, MetaMask is just the Uber driver that I just said was the same with Hedron, which was my Ether wallet back in the day, which was painful as fuck. Right. So what we're doing is we're building what's called UX, or user experience, based on UI, user interface. That makes it where it's easier for you to use your silly phone or use your silly fucking browser to make it work. So what I think is that Richard's going to basically build a better, and it's an odd term, but I use it, a lickable fucking interface that actually is tasty. It actually has tasty shapes because, you know, I build shops. The shapes are the most important things that you want. Do you want that cherry on top, or do you want the ice cream cone? Do you want all the cones above of it, or do you want the whole thing? That is the tasty part of the sandwich. So what Richard's doing by forking or evolving on MetaMask is just making Mew, or my Ether wallet, better than what we dealt with back in 17 with Ether Delta and fucking my Ether wallet. And that sucked ass. It was painful. It was painful. And if you put 1 0 wrong, you got fucking wiped out. You're done. Period. Sorry, not sorry. But I mean, that is the way the world works.
It's got to be exhausting to be involved in an overarching industry. I would argue crypto is, as fast as it's growing, and then see things just totally get screwed up and centralized, what have you. And then your mentality, as driven as he is to fix it. And sure. It's happening with this MetaMask thing. And it's like the back of my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh. I was like, is he going to do this with like a YouTube or something? It's like, where does it end? You know,
Cabana, do you know where the MetaMask thing comes from? Trivia. Hey, Cabana.
Hey, Kool-Aid.
Why is Richard forking MetaMask? What is the one word that is the reason why?
One word.
It's the company that bases everything in. It's the AWS, which bases on MetaMask.
I thought it was two, like JP Morgan, but
I believe it's Infuria.
Oh, Infuria, yeah. Because that was actually what happened with was it Venezuela?
Yeah, it's the same of it, right?
Yep,
the same of it. Yes, we can VPN around shit. By the way, 1inch tracks your IP. Matcha does not. Yet. Always have VPN. But the problem isn't MetaMask. The problem is it's not evolving. That is inherently the issue. So if Richard wants to make, I hate the word dum-dum, but if you want a simple way to deal with this, that you're not a veteran, right? Nobody puts someone that's never driven a car in a Formula One race car and had him drive in downtown LA. You don't take someone that's never sailed a boat and dropped him in a boat and then run out a fucking a tropical storm. The problem is is we need a bulletproof solution that allows multiple people to play without all the experience levels, but it gives the people with the said experience levels the ability to play. And so, like, what a fork of Ethereum is going to look at forking or making redundancy against Infura or whatever the back the AWS of all the rest of that is. That's inherently the problem, because it's just my Ether wallet with a GUI. That's it.
Oh, well, there you go.
Does that
Have
answer
another?
your question?
Yes, it does. Well, there's so much into it, because it's like, okay, well, he also mentioned, and this is like another avenue or tangent, but it's like, what the hell? Like, MetaMask doesn't even have a token, right? Yet, Motley has like created.
I did.
14...
I went with Motley, and I spent 2 ETH making multiple wallets
for
and all that thing. So I did that.
Yeah, he's got 14,386 Ether wallet or MetaMask wallets, all well and good. So if there's ever an airdrop, cool. But Richard brought up, possibly a token for this new wallet. So how would that come into play? Because it's like, okay, we already have everything, right? We have the gas, we have the gas token or Pulse Chain, PulseX, the staking, time locking, like everything's solved. Why would we need another MetaMask token?
So again, I'll go back to and again, I have to be a little bit more reserved because people are finally pulling me off the menu, so I need to be a little more lax in what I just talked from the hip.
Yep.
But like, if you correlate a simple exchange as something that you have a derivative copy or build on, but don't understand what it is, we can wrap back to petrock.com. But if you bought Amazon before petrock.com and the entire .com collapse, and you bought it at, say, $20, let's say it collapsed to $5, and now it runs half of the global shipping economy of the United Goddamn States. And if we take that idea and we wrap it to drones and all the rest of that stuff and the future interoperability of it, that $10, though it dropped 50%, was the most important buy you could do in the world. Same thing as when Google went public. And what is it? 98, 99. No, it'd have to be 2000, because in 2001, because I'd moved out of my parents' house, bullshit college, and I think it was 2001 when Google went public. But that was only 2 years. And I was just reading an article on how Apple Maps and Bing Maps will never be able to compete with what Google has already done in the mapping, interoperability, and front-facing thing in the future. Remember, when I was a truck driver in 02 to 04 or 05, we had paper maps. We didn't even have any Google. Randy McNally just did a GPS app, and it was like expensive, stupid, and annoying as fuck to do. But I only loaded it up when I went to New York or any of the, like when I went to Canada or something like that. So, like, understanding that is like understanding, I mean, shit. MetaMask has only been around, like, when did we come out? It really would have been, like, what, 2018, 2017?
Shit.
Meta, I mean, like, this is hard questions that are fast and quick. When did MetaMask come out? 2018? Started in 19, motherfuckers. Sorry for the fucking drop.
Yep.
But like 2019, that was almost before COVID or the vid. Sorry, C word. But like the difference is, it's like, look how far MetaMask has gone as a wrapper. No. Initial release 2016. Screw you, Wikipedia. So, what they had is they had a beta for it.
Then
It's
one of
still
them
a
talks about
beta.
mobile release, and it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's a dropper. It's basically Metamask is just my Ether wallet. Very convenient because like actually clicking the add contract thing way back in the day, that was kind of painful and confusing. Now it's a lot streamlined. But even 2016, it's what, 8 years, 7 years?
6.
It's wild. It's wild how fast this is moving, Cabana. It's wild. So, like, if you think about 6 years making the difference from a dummy interface into the interface that you currently use to making an upgraded premium interface, 3 years will do all of it. You know what I mean? The same thing I said earlier with Gunther. No touchy for 2 years. Any of my onboards have that fucking statement. You do not touchy for 2 years. And if you do, you will hate yourself later. But if you at least hold for 2 years, you'll at least grasp one parabola. Not the big parabola that all of us teach, but you'll grab one. And that's all right? You know what I mean? Like if your kids in college, all these things happen, like at least you grabbed one parabola. But like the big, go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say these are the things with lots of zeros in front of them. So if you get rid of a lot of them at the, picking pennies up in front of freight trains, if you will, then you could miss out on something that's potentially life-changing. And that I think that's good on you. And different people have different strategies. I mean, some are just like, I'm taking my profit, and maybe I'll leave a little bit, but to think about how much you could potentially leave on the table with something with actual real potential, not just like some.
That's what liquid loans does so fucking well, Cabana.
Oh boy, do you want to get into that one?
But I mean, if you really want to,
let's go there.
If you
can I ask you this question, then we'll do liquid loans from chat. Because I think
I'm not paying attention to that, so sorry, friends.
No, it's all right. I had a question come through here. What does Kool-Aid think of Richard Hart's Country for Technologists idea?
I have not even heard of what that is.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
no. He tweeted it out today.
But like I've been busy. I actually got enough sleep in.
It was a good one. Let me find
it.
How,
show me.
How can
real time? I'll do gunslinger shit here. Wait, real time.
I'll read it and then I'll put it up. Richard says, how can I found a new country for technologists? I want to create a new nation. I know around 1,000 people who I think would move there within 2 years. So far, everyone else's attempts have fared poorly. Island versus seasteading versus buy influence in existing small country? ? Hashtag Ethereum.
Well, the one thing that I would do if I was an adult is I would control the water throughput. The problem with an island is that you have to get there. And this is all civilization. This is all, I mean, I called it pre-big payday that Richard's playing StarCraft with finance. So if you don't understand that, civilization is so much more levels up from StarCraft. However, all those principles, whether it's, what's going on, Jenkins? Like Blitzkrieg, all the rest of that, those are principles. Something like Malta could be surrounded. Ideally, you'd want to have a country that has a throughput like the Meridian Sea and Baltic states, or like the Panama Canal, or something like that, that has a port, that has a throughput. I mean, fuck, study the story of Moby Dick on how that happened. It's actually a pretty horrible story. Everybody ate each other because the whale fucking killed them all. But like you want to make sure that you have the ability to have throughput across multiple different terms. Because if you do an island, you better have a huge goddamn navy. I don't know. The difference is that like just having that as a place of citizenship doesn't mean you can't get dual citizenship in Portugal, Puerto Rico, fucking Brazil, El Salvador, Costa Rica, like all of that. You could do the same, but it just means that you take all of your sovereignty from your other worlds and drop it into that. And it becomes the throughput. It becomes the Nintendo. And what happened after fucking Nintendo? The world changed. Atari did a good job, right? You know what I mean? Space Invaders, Pac-Man, all the rest of
Pitfall.
Nintendo. Pitfall was Nintendo, sir. It was not Atari.
What?
Pitfall?
I thought it was.
I'm pretty goddamn sure. Because that's a side
Pitfall,
scroll.
Berserker, Asteroid.
Oh, no. But the thing is that Pitfall was a side scroller. Pitfall.
Hey, I'm not going to question the gaming master, so.
I'm not the gaming master. It's just like it's been my fucking bitch. So no credit for the Atari. Still a console, but not the thing that you walk into a pinball game, right? Like pinball, you walk into a thing like Asteroids, and you sit down, you put in a quarter, and then you do that. There was I'm brain farting now, and I always forget the name of this thing. It was like Dragon something or other that you could play an interactable sequence of a storyline that was really good. It was actually really, really, really fantastically good in the day. But yes, Pitfall, the first is on the Atari, which then got hustled. But like, again, Nintendo was the one that brought that to the masses. Zelda and Mario.
There you go. For Mike Mack said, you'll need an army to protect this new country for technologists. And he says wrong. And then the Wikipedia link takes you to a list of countries without armed forces. I just thought that was a funny response. But yeah, it lists like a whole.
Yeah, the countries without armed forces. Look at what's happening in the world right now, which I will not name, but it's
Yeah. And thank you for not naming that.
There was one country that also had nukes, and now they do not. So, yeah. And my heart goes out to all those people, both in and the out. They do not deserve any of that.
Agreed. Both sides there. All right. Well, you mentioned it before. Final topic, and I had this on the list here.
For you, Cabana, anything.
Liquid.
Actually make it on time for
this
you.
This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted last week because we were talking. Randy and I were talking about, or we're supposed to talk
Randy's
about. Didn't talk about it.
Randy's a good heart motherfucker. I love Randy.
Yeah. Got into it a little bit about maximalism, but that's not what I want to get into here because I know you do have some pretty cool thoughts on.
It's the gaming industry. Extrapolated that you think that you can buy a $60 game, not a fucking $1,000 thing that you're gonna 10x. You bought a $60 game, and now you're gonna talk to someone that put 10,000 hours, no sleep, no pay to do it. That you think your talking head matters? Peanut gallery. Back to the line. Just like ordering a burrito from a fucking cafeteria. Back to the line. I hate that shit. I despise it because those people that would complain, if I put them in my job for a week, just my hours, not my perfection, they would cry to mama to let them out. And it drives me fucking batty because just because you buy something doesn't mean you understand why something. You don't even grasp on how it works. A flower builds and then decays, but it has a process on how it works. And so if you think that just because you bought a tulip, you should understand on how tulips are grafted, builted, cultivated, and sold as a process, just like De Beers diamonds is used to court. You have no concept on the theory. Sorry, Commander.
All good. Now, I know that brain of yours has some thoughts on liquid loans in general, and I know you might not want to dive too deeply into it, but
I highly support them.
I did want to get your thoughts on them, why you do support them. We've chatted in the telegrams and whatnot, and you see the bigger picture, which I think a lot of people do not. So I don't want you to go, I guess, too far down the rabbit hole because we might lose some people. But if we can start kind of just in general, which you are also good at, just as an overall explanation as to why you think this could be of benefit to
Sure.
the overall community.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop you a telegram, and maybe you can walk through this again. Hail to the squirrel. Red Squirrel always double checks with me, and he does fantastic graphs and analysis. So let me read. There you go, Squirrel. Cabana. I do need a smoke break, but what we can do is I would like you, I'll watch from my phone while you walk through this and why you think this building of fortifications is very, very important, because it is. If we look at, so bonded liquidity is HEX 3.0. If we look at that, how the AMA bot ripped all USDC, all the stables from OKX, SushiSwap, Uniswap, scoops them all up, drops them into PulseX. Now, Richard said many, many times that Circle USDC, they can invalidate their private keys, but they may be sued. Now, Richard also, or the OA, or whoever they want, may or may not be able to get sued by invalidating those keys. So if you take all the stables from all the dexes in V2, the AMA bot does not need to release all of them. What did we learn from HEX? Circulation of supply and understanding liquidity is the ultimate test of a chess master. So we could put just enough liquidity as a stable with the war chest on the Ethereum side and make the one-to-one stable. Interesting. So even if Circle, which is Coinbase, which is USDC, invalidates that on the Ethereum side, we just unplug the liquidity and be like, bitches. And we just plug it into something like DAI. Now, Pulse on liquid loans is essentially that within its own square. Essentially, USDC, PulseX bridge, PUSDC bridge, USDC, Tether, all the rest of that, they still have to bridge. But what Liquid Loans is doing is making an algorithmic stablecoin based on a seesaw of its own algorithmic asset. You can fold that. And the squirrel, again, tip of the hat to the red squirrel. This is very, very good. Yes, I know how to fold it 3 times more than that, but it just hurts people's brains. But again, look at what happens with a Hedron bridge. And look at what happens in the liquidity pool. And look at what happens and where you point the graphs in and from. Yes, I can make it a shit ton more complex.
I'm sure you could.
This is what I do.
I'm having just, I'm going to have to review this after the stream.
No. But the thing is that look at this is so fucking good. And that's what I love about Squirrel. It's like he does all this on his own, but he just shoots it to me to be like, Aaron, you needs more homework. This is adult driving class right here. But Like, because if I do what I do, I can make it so much more bendy. But this is so goddamn good. And I had zero influence in him. He just sent this to me. And I was just like, this is fantastic. And I gave a little bit of pointers on what I didn't want to like make it more complex. But it's really goddamn good. You take your hex. You can mint your Hedron. You can run that through a bridge. You can take that to liquidity pools. What did we learn about Hertz's law? If you were asking comments in chat and you do not know Hertz's law, you need to go back to the numbers class where you learn algebra. You are in calculus right now. Back to the peanut gallery. I don't fucking care if you think that you can comment or you bought something. Back to the peanut gallery. So you can take a bonded liquidity, which Hedron is technically a bonded future asset. I said it before. It's like buying and trading oil futures, where suddenly I look behind me. Instead of having a chair, I have a barrel of crude. Now, we can compound that cross bridge. And so you can take the liquid loan strategy, the haunted strategy, all the rest of the strategies that compound on each other like a seesaw. And so as long as you understand how that seesaw works, you're cooking with gas. And God, Cabana, it's fucking dangerous if you actually can get this shit. But you don't have to. You can just stake your hex. Like, that's the whole fucking thing. You don't have to play this game. The game is available if you want it. You can play Pac-Man, or you can play League of Legends, or Last of Us, or Prey, or something that's so much more tangibly complex, with so much more hundreds of people putting in thousands of hours. But you can't compare Pac-Man to Last of Us. It doesn't fucking work. It's an evolution so many stages up. But you can just stake hex and be good and not have to worry about it and get your double fork and be good forever.
Well, a lot of coins, really. You can stake your hex. You can stake your hex on Ethereum. You can stake your PulseX. You can stake your Pulse chain. You can stake your loan, you know.
Correct.
It depends upon what speed you want to drive.
Well, that's it. That's why if we run back to the Uber driver concept of Hedron, all of this is, do you want to be your own driver? And if you decide to ever hire an Uber driver off of a phone that you have with a phone company, what if you're doing with Google Wi-Fi and you don't have Wi-Fi and you can't contact your phone, or you're at a festival where your phone gets overloaded, or anything like that. But then, even though you're frustrated, you can't hire a car, or a car denies you. Once you get in that car, you trust them to do that. If you can't take that same mythos and wrap it around this ecosystem of understanding how liquidity bonding works, you probably shouldn't have gotten in some rando's goddamn car. Because that's your life, not your wallet.
Shaggy Doo kind of says what you're saying there. It's like, how many people will get wrecked by not understanding this? Well, yeah, but don't get into the rando's car, right? Like, if you can just not
don't drink, don't do drugs, fucking take your own car, pay the parking, leave, bye-bye. Good Felicia.
There you go.
Right?
Question, Kool-Aid, real quick, can you elaborate about the bull stable bear play at the bottom?
So what those are is they're moving in to liquidity plays based on what's happening with the ecosystem. You don't have to play that game. That is some like extra alpha. What you do, very, very simply, super simply, you take what you have and you collateralize yourself, not at 10,000% or 1,000%. You do 1,500%. You're so stupid over collateralized that anything that you do that works within that lever, it would have to drop fucking 99% in a day to even do that. But you also have a piggy bank that you have that makes it where you're good to go. It's not going to happen, especially if you want to like believe into the mythos. Like, I saw a JENKINZ stream where like apparently like Richard unfollowed because he was talking about, is he waiting for the bear? If Richard launches at the bottom of the bear, that's fucking bullish as fuck.
Oh, it'd be legendary times 2 because he pretty much
did it last time. He did last time and last time and last time and last time. However, he doesn't even need to do that.
No,
because he has a following that will build on top of it. Look at how Hedron. Hold on, let me go back up. Hedron is fucking gobbling. Oh my god, it's fucking beautiful. It's gobbling like a fucking motherfucker. And the
like
difference
a Thanksgiving turkey. In October.
It's a turducken, Mr. Cabana. It's a goddamn. It's a hex ducken. And so
hex
like
ducken. We need a avatar for this creature.
I mean, theoretically, I can make anything that you
want.
Oh
yeah, I wasn't even talking to you.
Have to summon me to actually do the goddamn work. Of course you could.
Yeah.
Yeah, my ass is tired. I can barely arrive on stream, and I rug you 90% of the time. Be like, I wish I could be there. I'm either sleeping or in meetings. But if you understand the hex ducken of what's going on, that Hedron allows you to go back to the forward, not back to the past, not this little fucking time machine car. You're going back to the future. To the future, not to the past. You're buying things that allows you to purchase things in the actual space that you want. That's future liquidity. That's like taking SimCity to make it Second Life, to make it the air quote metaverse. Like, it's the same goddamn thing. You just have to understand it. Dude, the Hedron chart is nasty. Nasty.
Yeah, it's like in a volatile consolidation range right now, which is like cool because that's what happens when you have a young coin, and it's exciting AF, as what's his face says on.
Well, the thing is, it's exciting AF because you have actually Hexton with Hexagon Minds and Hexagon Ideals. Remember Hexagon inside. We ain't no SHIB people. We ain't no Doge people. We ain't no fucking maxis of dumb shit. This allows you to buy in the future T-shares when you, and again, Alex, I've talked to him. He's in my university. He's a dope motherfucker. But the first thing I heard was encapsulated T-shares. And if you remember any of my streams for the last year, I've told you about that. I've said it. And then he talked about B shares, which is what most onboards can afford at this point, especially after the next, ramp up. Yeah. So if you can only afford a B share and you understand the concept of a wrapped asset, shit, I'd fucking want to know how to fucking get my future T share in 3-4 years when a T share costs $50,000, $100,000.
Hey now.
I mean, is what it is. I'm saying you're buying into the future, and instead of trading futures, you actually get that barrel of crude that appears behind you. That's what no one's talking about. It's future trading without the paper money aspect of it, that you actually get that barrel behind you. Yeah, you can fight for that. And technically, you can't uncap the oyster till it's done anyways. So if you're fighting on 15-year stake, you still have to wait the 15 years. It still has to wait the 15 years to itemize what you're doing. Like, you have to understand how this works. Like, an oyster doesn't make a pearl in 3 days. It takes time. And you have to let that live there to make the time. Otherwise, it doesn't become pearl. It becomes some fleck of dust that the pearl or that the clam absorbed, right? So
Loyal
Kind of
noob Hexagon, I saw your comment earlier. Your first happy hour. Cheers to you.
Cheers to you, sir. I'm the worst happy hour shower in the world. However,
What?
when I do try to arrive, I will. Cabana can summon me more than most. I'll just say that Cabana has more power to summon me probably than most.
Oh, shucks. Thanks, Kool-Aid. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, I do need to smoke. If you want to ask more stuff, we can do that. Otherwise, we can end it. It is up to you, sir. But I do need to take a little power break.
All right. Well, we might have Jenkins come in for some charts. He's trying.
Shit, dude.
Give me a minute. If he can't make it in here, then we'll
let me smoke, and then from there I'll come back, and I'll be a fly on the wall for Jenkins.
If he can make it. He's been trying for the past.
I mean, again, you deal with me, and 99.99% of the times I can't. But I mean, like if I can, I always come. There's very few people that can summon me besides like RG and Kinetics. It's like Cabana. So give me a few minutes to smoke and decompress a second, and I'll be right back.
All right, brother.
Yes, sir. And I have no idea how I got this icon, but apparently I exercise.
It's Hexercise, bro.
That's what I said in Disney and during the Mastercise problem. They just didn't have staking and or yield. They do own everything, though.
This is true, sadly. Jenkins, give me a wave if you are ready, sir. He's waving. What is up, my man? Uh-oh, you're muted.
Jenkins, I'll be right back. And you're muted.
Unmute yourself, brother.
What is good? Can you hear me? We finally did it, Cabana.
We finally got this on, man. Good to see you. First time, man. Thank you.
First time ever on your stream. Sorry, my camera's just sitting literally on my desk. I didn't set it up. I wasn't planning on doing a stream, but I saw you guys, and it looked like you guys were having some fun. And here we are. I'm excited. We've been trying to do this for some months now, I think. It's been a long time.
Well, you have what, like workouts or something on Friday nights or something like that?
Yeah, yogas.
Oh, what kind of yoga?
We call it flow. That's the title of the class. It's a yoga class.
Yep.
It's like a fast-paced kind of go through the motion. You do like 4 to 6 different types of like whatever those things are called, like where you pass through each motion, and you just got to keep doing it continuously to continuously go like down, up, you know. But it's supposed to get you sweaty, and then you finish it off with like a little 15-minute meditation, leave your body still. So it's like get your body going, sweating, loosened up, meditate, you know, the whole thing packed inside of an hour.
That sounds like my variation of it. Like I'm not into the Maharishi stuff, more so like getting a workout out of it. So you might have heard of it, DDP yoga. Yeah. So it's like resistance, dynamic resistance training and stuff like that. So you got like the 10-second push-ups and stuff like that. And it's like, it doesn't look like from the outside that you're doing much, but you actually do it, and
it's intense. It's hard.
It's awesome, especially your legs. It's like the most incredible leg workout. And, you know, I know people hate leg day, but, you know, if you want to like get some flexibility and strength in your legs, like yoga is an incredible way to do it. And it's not some like, I think it has a bad stigma like from dudes just because it's yoga, but it can do so much for you. It can increase your longevity, in my opinion, because you know your flexibility is key in everyday life. So
yoga is literally like the hardest workout, in my opinion, for the body.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my camera was kind of messing up on me.
Oh, you good, man?
Whatever. Yoga is it's tough. It's tougher to me to do yoga. It works my body out than just going to like lift weights and stuff like that. So you actually have to use your body, all the muscles of your body, and it's really it's good. So I'm a big fan. It's not fun, but it's not fun when you're getting burned, but it feels good at the very end every time.
Yeah, man. Well, I've been trying to get you on just to cover some chartage, and I know we have a Discord stream coming up, so I don't want to get too close to that or overrun it, I should say. But do you have anything perhaps that we could take a look at? Because some of your calls, well, you always, I like a lot of your chart calls, but you have anything interesting? What's your favorite, I guess, hex-ish chart right now, or even crypto in general? I know we're kind of just like floundering around, Bitcoin's in a range, Ethereum's kind of in a range, and we're like testing for Bitcoin. It's like 40 couple K, and then 30K, high 29s is a bottom for now. Where do you see those going?
Yeah, I mean, I can show you a couple things. I can make it quick too. I mean, I could talk forever, but I can make it quick. But Bitcoin in general, in terms of where the market's at, overview. If you want me to show you my chart, I can. But if not, I know at the top of my head.
Go for it, man.
Right now is okay. Let me pull it up. I can show you Bitcoin. Obviously, we could look at HEX HDRN. I do you guys like HDRN around here? I'm pretty sure you guys were just talking about that, weren't you?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I mean, that one's the fun one. I didn't.
Yeah. There you go. So
let's go for that one.
All right, cool. Share.
Before I forget, quick shout out to Heximus, Beers, Hex, and Cabana Crypto. Thanks, bro. That's pretty cool. That's a big screen.
I think I got it shared. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you got it.
You can see it. So, I mean, HEDRON, just all in all. So, to give people an idea, to make some clarity out of kind of what's been happening, or at least the past few days. Obviously, it's been on a big run up. This thing did I think 11x in the past 6 days. Just not even from the bottom. Let's just go from where this first positive candle was. Yeah, I think ran up 1,100%. So basically did 11x in 6 days. That's impressive. But I was actually doing a stream the other day. It was yesterday. I do streams every single morning. I go through a lot of things. We were pumping, and people were asking, where's a spot where HEDRON might slow down? And when people ask that, for anybody, it's just good information. If you guys use a Fibonacci tool and just throw it on the chart, basically from right to left, kind of ass backwards, it always can help you project future areas where there's not previous price structure to give you a target. You always want to use those 618 levels. Those are golden levels. A lot of people know that, so I won't really go too basic on that. But basically, I threw this Fibonacci on here yesterday while we were pumping before we broke the all-time highs. It was yesterday morning. Or it might have been 2 days ago. I can't remember. But basically, we found out that this 1.618 level is probably the first area we would see some resistance. And then sure enough, that's exactly what happened. I think I posted that on Twitter, actually, in a tweet, basically saying that we hit it. We were bounced off of it, so it's normal. So I know we're still so early in HEDRON. Whatever a dump might seem to one person, it's really nothing. All this, it's going to be volatile. It's going to be crazy, like every brand new coin. But if people are worried about a HEDRON dump, I guess, if you call that a dump today, no, it's just normal price action. We got off the 618 level. What's actually key here that I do like now that I'm seeing it, the daily candle just closed a couple hours ago. My entire goal for HEDRON the entire day today to stay bullish was I wanted to see this thing close above the initial all-time high from the day it opened up and had that wick up. It looks like price did that officially. It closed and we got a doji candle. So we have a bullish candle, this doji candle with the wick on both sides. A lot of times you'll see, I think, get engulfed, right? So I'm not saying it will or will not happen, but that's the type of structure that you want to see. But the fact that price basically came up, hit the 618 level, that's a major psychological level, got a normal pullback off that range. And you see the price after hitting that comes down, bounces 1, 2, almost 3 times off the previous all-time high. That's usually a good sign. So, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell you that HEDRON's bullish right now, but that's good structure on the way up. So that's the first thing that's promising about it. I can say a million things, but I'll leave that there. We can kind of keep it as a speed round if you want.
Yeah, just in terms of very basic TA, like that very first bar chart that you had, there you go. I guess that black candle is at yesterday's.
Yeah,
right
it technically closed 2 hours ago, so it's technically 2 day, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So that came down and in theory kind of test that initial high, right? And then I mean, can we go from here? Or would you like to see another touch on this current candle and move, or just kind of like churn here at that initial high? What would you like to see?
So, I mean, ideally, we would all want to see this thing just keep moving, right?
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, in
but-
terms of a technical, like healthy move up, do you want to see it kind of hang out here for a bit, or go up more and then come back? Or
Yeah, so I'll say this: if we're gonna stay in this sort of like parabolic run where it's just doing like almost 2x per day at this rate, yeah, if you want to see that same momentum not slow down, you want to see this thing tear up. But if this thing decides to slow down for maybe a few days, it's a-okay. But what I would pay attention to, that for the people that want to pay attention to this chart to have some peace of mind, if you go to the 1 hour chart, you can see all those real touches off the old all-time high. You see this descending top. I mean, there's a few wicks here and there, but I'm just going kind of like off where the majority of the price action's at. A little bit of a descending top. You see an ascending bottom. Usually call those like a rising valley sort of pattern. This is micro analysis, right? But we're getting a triangle pattern. And if anybody follows me, they'll know like triangles, wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waves. Then you want to see it kind of just coil up. So this is just a sign of tension right now. So the price is going to make a move soon in the next few hours, maybe in the next 24 hours, maybe next 4 to 12. Who knows? So I can safely say that we will see a move soon. I can't tell you which, but to give people a peace of mind, I would say this much. If there's two things, right? So the bullish aspect is, yeah, if this thing's going to keep the same momentum of the past few days, it's going to rip up from here. But if we want to see a perfectly healthy retest, that would make me be like, okay, that makes me feel good. And it doesn't hold this previous all-time high, I always go down to the 618 level on the Fibonacci here, this 0.618, and I highlight that in red. But what stands out about that is we actually have previous structure down there too. So if this thing does decide to slow down a little bit and give us a real pullback, look for the 618, but also you see that same 618 level. You already seen price reactions there in the past. You see it come up and tap that, bounce off really hard. Then it bounced off, broke it, retested it. That's a confirmation of a nice, move whatever way it's pointing at. So we got that. But if this thing does want to slow down, we can see a pullback all the way down here, which is the 3.3 range. We're at 59 with all those arrows, like the 3.3 range, I guess. If that happens, that will look good on a macro scale, because now you're looking at a big wave 1 on the macro scale. That would be a wave 2 pullback. Market's moving waves. Wave 3, you're going to that, it goes on and on. So I would say that's what I would pay attention to right now to kind of get an idea of where it might move after we see the first break of this little triangle.
Yeah, good stuff. And it's funny because like it looks so small, that recent triangle, but in terms of percentages, it's like a large percentage swath because the coin's so young.
Yeah.
You're talking like, 10, 20, 30% moves inside that little channel. And then once it breaks out, oh man, either way, it's going to be a pretty spectacular move. Yeah,
it's 33%, and it's just getting smaller and smaller. If we go from this wick up, that's technically we had almost a 50% dip today, but it doesn't feel like that. When you do 11x in 6 days and you dip back 50%, it doesn't feel like it. You only feel that when you buy the top of something, which I'm sure people did. But technical analysis is not the end all be all, but especially for brand new coins, specifically for like people that are trading and trying to find entries, it matters big time, because the same areas I'm pointing out are the same areas that a lot of people are looking to buy too. And I just learned that for years and years looking at the chart. But it's volatile, but the volatility is really nice when it's to the upside. But so I would just tell people, like, if we see Hedron literally go from this all-time high down to the 618, you're talking almost a 60% dip. It wouldn't even sound bad because it's so brand new, like you said. But that's the name of the game. Even HEX still till this day does those dips. Bitcoin will do 60% dips. I think HEX is down like 70%, 75% in the past 6 months, but it's what matters is the structure.
Yeah, I think it was like 80 at one point, but now it's probably down to 70-ish or so.
Yeah, this is the HEX chart, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
Do price predictions. Michael Wilsman is asking for a Hedron 50-100 day.
50-100 day?
Either or, 50 days from now.
Oh, 50-day, 100-day?
Yeah, 3 months from now. Yeah,
this is a crapshoot, but
it's all speculation, but yeah.
What I'll do, I'll leave it up to the Fibonacci to tell us what this
there we go.
Do. I won't leave it as me, because I used to do that a lot, and it was cool, and it was like things went.
But you said
Yeah, you know, right? But as the platform kind of grew and there's so many people, I'm like, okay, I'm not here to be the guy to tell people where price is going.
Yeah,
Because
no,
all you
I
gotta do is be
don't
wrong
blame
time,
you at
wrong
all.
once, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, to give some promising figures, I mean, I just look at these 618 levels, futuristic. So I say the first goal, which would be next few weeks, few days, would be, well, obviously is our all-time high, 1.618. But once we kind of finish this pullback, whether it's off this triangle or down at the 618 level, I would say, next goal is this 125. So we drop off a 0. So 4 zeros, 125. But if this thing just stays as strong as it is looking now, I mean, I would say 50-ish days, you could see the top of this Fibonacci, which is 4 zeros and a 2-6.
Ooh.
That's not bad, right? It's not bad. It's not too overly bullish, but that'd be like, and this thing can rip way past it, as you see. I mean, if it does another 11x, it's gonna be way above all of this, But I do want to give here's a good thing that I think would be valuable, right? So okay, I can't measure the HEX chart. So the HEX price chart, right? It from the all-time low to the all-time high was just under 1,000,000%. I know we market it as like 1,000,000%, but it's like 930 something thousand% based on the Uniswap V1. What I could show you guys is what that same exact move would be if Hedron repeats kind of a HEX type of price action. I did that this morning, and I think that's exactly where the line's at. But just to give you guys some insight there, from the all-time low to the all-time, well, HEX all-time high, like a 930,000% move, you're looking at a half of a penny. And HEX did that in 2 years. I'm just saying, if it just follows HEX, that's what the numbers would look like. If we do a full 1,000,000% move, 10,000x, you're just, well, yeah, still at half a penny. So maybe that'll give some people some clarity going based off what HEX did and Hedron being kind of like a product built on top of HEX. Who knows? Backed by Hexikins. The core investors are the Hexikins. So you just never know. But that's something I would say is that's a realistic goal. Give yourselves 600 plus 620 days to see maybe a half penny. That'd make you want to buy all dips in every run up. But that's a good thing for speculation, I'd say.
Nice. Well, there you go.
So hopefully that helps.
Michael.
There you go, Michael. But yeah, I mean, in general, like HEX, what HEX needs to do right now is just close above 12 cents. So I've been talking about this daily. So 12 cents, we had the double bottom, boom, boom. We broke under it. We actually bounced off the exact area that we had from the pulse chain sacrifice phase. That bottom at 10.8 cents, we came down way a little lower, but that same exact range is just a massive, massive support level. And the price reaction that we had off this range was the biggest biggest one-day price reaction we've seen since November 11th of 2021. So that's a good sign. But if HEX is going to keep up this momentum, a pullback is necessary. But this pullback should not go below 12 cents. So we're at 12 cents right now. You really need to see HEX hold this area, create a little bit of a miniature like high or low, and then just start working its way. But there's a lot of resistance HEX still has to get through. But if it's going to start the reversal, it starts here at holding 12 cents. And then, this is a big range I talk about all the time, the 17-cent range. And there's a lot of ranges, but that's what I would say for HEX short term.
So if we like fan out on the HEX chart, like way, way, way out, could this, in the grand scheme of things, like 2 years from now, could this be seen as like a bull flag?
Yeah. This is 100% a bull flag. Yeah. This is already a bull flag. This is not even the full price chart. We're skipping out in the God whale pump.
Oh yeah.
Freddie doesn't have all that. So if people that don't know the HEX chart, which I doubt many people don't, but there's a lot more to it that goes way down into the left that is not factored in. But yeah, this is a clear bull flag. You just got to take this off, and then let's go with the line chart. And then, if I put my drawings back on, it's going to show all my clutter again. But yeah, you just draw this thing up, boom, flag pole. You're on a flag right now. So this thing can go all the way down to 8 cents, 6 cents. It can go all the way down. There's still structure there to confirm a bull flag. So I don't think it's going to go that low. But yeah, this is definitely a bull flag on the macro scale. So people that aren't buying HEX, and this is never financial advice, but if people aren't buying HEX at 12 cents, 10 cents, if it goes under 10, or if it even goes to 13, 14, if people are decided not to buy HEX now, but we're over here chasing the dips and the pumps all the way from 50 down to 20 and 15 and stuff, it just makes no sense. I feel like whenever you start seeing people start to give up on something, which I feel like not the community, but a lot of just general crypto Twitter is giving up on HEX, you need that that social energy to get sucked out of it so the economic energy can come refresh it. And that's just how markets work, you know, right? People, all enthusiasm, then it dies down, then it comes to the point in time where it just bottoms off, then new money will come in. But
and then pulse chain happens, and then
yeah, like people are playing with
the
fire.
flag goes bye-bye.
Yeah,
and
and it's going to be on two different chains too. So 2 different charts, 2 different chains. I mean, there's so many things to look for. If you know what's coming, it's like a tornado's coming. The sirens are on. You've been watching the media all day tell you about the storms slowly coming. It finally hits. It's like you're going to prepare yourself for a tornado in case of a bad storm, right? So if you know that Hex has all these fundamental things going for it, like Pulse Chain, PulseX, the duplicate copy, even Hedron now, like all these things that is staring us right in the face, and they can literally be ready tomorrow. It can be ready in a year. Who knows? But we know it's coming. If people aren't preparing themselves now while the thing is literally down 75, 80%, I don't get it. I mean, they're just going to miss out again. But those will be the same people that are going to, you know, buy it at 75 cents once we break all-time highs, you know?
Yep. Awesome.
But that's just how just for reference, real quick, not to keep talking, but
go for it, man.
The power of that Fibonacci, Hex so this bull flag from this low all the way to the high, there's that 618 retracement level I was mentioning. It bottomed off close to this 236 range, which is not relevant. I guess my point I'm trying to make is this 618 level right here is super, super key. You see as price broke it. It traded here, almost looked like it wanted to bounce off it. Then it finally broke under. And then we came up, officially confirmed that as a resistance, as a macro scale lower high. That's how you kind of knew price was going to continue to push down. So people that want to do their own charting using the Fibonacci at 618 levels, that it literally is the end all be all. Excuse me. That's what I got. Sorry.
No, good stuff, man.
It's good stuff, Jenkins. Absolutely good stuff. Also, always a pleasure to see you, sir.
What's up, Kool-Aid? Kool-Aid, I've talked to you plenty of times in Telegram. So Kool-Aid actually, I think since day one, he's been kind of messaging me on the side, showing support and giving me little pointers here and there just about general things. So I appreciate the both of you guys. I like you guys a lot. I like what you guys do. And yeah, Kool-Aid, you're too smart for me. It's like when I hear
each one teach one. And then all cuts of cloth make something beautiful. That's how you make an illuminated manuscript. So no. There's no smarts in here. We are all together with all of our tools to build.
There you go.
You want to build it, field of dreams. If you want to fucking build it, they will come. Same thing with everything. So,
that's the attitude right there. But yeah, man, like
again, Jenkins, you are a fucking gentleman and a goddamn scholar. I always have loved everything that you've done. In fact, I always tune into anything that you do. Period.
I appreciate that. I do. It's if I'm in the same room as you guys, I like being in that room because I know there's something for me to gain. Like I know I have my value to give in my own area, but there's always something to gain when I join on streams with people in the Hexkin community, especially with these. All you guys that do these Friday shows, like, yeah, I'll tune in and just be like, you know, it's always a good conversation. You guys always are telling me about something that I probably don't know or just educating me on something. Maybe it's a small conversation for you guys, but I'm one of those people. I'm like, I didn't think about that. Then I'll just really dive into that thought and be like, boom. Right. So you guys spark a lot of the thought-provoking ideas in my head, and I'm sure for thousands of other people that are watching daily.
No, again, you always want to be the stupidest person in the room. If not, you are in the wrong room. If you think that if you're in the top of the room, you need to be in the wrong room. You need to evolve. And whether you're looking at TA or applicable use cases of which TA represents, which is social consensus. If you go back to my talk earlier on what real game theory is, TA is social consensus. It's looking at what game mechanics and system constraint and system mechanics do, but social consensus is the TA. So again, tip of the hat to you, Jenkins. Like I always absolutely love, adore, and tune in to any time that you speak.
I appreciate that.
And Motley the investor, my man.
Motley's.
He's headed to the gym.
Yeah. I did call Motley about the thing. So he knows. He's one of those few that has my cell phone, so he knows. But I love the fuck out. Motley is my one of my number ones. He's one of the few people that treated me right very, very, very early. And that puts a pedigree of weight that you cannot break. And again, anything that Motley does, I will support because I understand the man behind the name. And that is metric weight. That's, again, why you understand what a Richard Hart mindset is because you understand the message, not the man. That is vastly important to understand on how to build into the future.
Genius. When you speak, it's just so, I love it. It's just so smart. Every word that comes out of his mouth just sounds so good.
Hey, I'm a wackadoodle, man. Like, I'm a wackadoodle, but I mean,
love it.
like, I may not be the dumbest wackadoodle in the room.
Yeah, I don't have your cell phone, so shout out to you, Motley. I'm not in that group. I'm not in the club.
Motley, that's a story for a different day. But again, as Hexikins inside, we look at what can we build. And like I'll say it, like I've accidentally rugged Cabana too many times because Friday's a wackadoodle day for me. Like
Fridays are whack for Jenkins too.
Yeah,
you're in Australia, aren't you? Aren't you in that era of the influence, right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm in China, bro.
Well, it's still same timeline.
I'm just kidding. I'm not
so
in
like
China.
at the end of the day, like, so like for me, like when I hit Friday, I'm probably still up since Wednesday. So it's the last thing that I can do to like get on early when I'm trying to like pull the football and all the shit across the goddamn line. And so when people do that, whether that's Cabana finishing out the fucking week, whether that's Motley changing how Hexagon Insides build, whether that's Jenkins or Tangent or all the rest of us doing that TA to give some kind of insight to have something besides like silly little talking heads, like a BitBoy or all the rest of that. They get paid for nothing. Nobody in the Hex world gets paid for shit.
No.
We do this because we care. And so when you latch on to that idea and that someone will give you, again, like the Thursday, I think it was the Thursday's Jenkins TA shit. I tune into that the entire goddamn time because your pedigree on what you've done and explained how it works and all the rest of that. Like I saw the interview with you and this other dude who I know follows me and is super cool on Twitter, but like all hands got shook, all problems got diminished.
Oh, Hex Luther.
Drama. Yeah. Great guy. He treated me very, very nicely and all the rest of that stuff. Exactly. But like at the end of the day, we will be the influencers and not influencers as what is terms now. We will be the creators of tomorrow. And by giving the different cuts of cloth between Cabana's fucking trivia, which I hate, but I love the guy more than Christ and a cracker. He is one of the nicest, most endearing fucking follow through people I have ever met. Same with the Mots. Same with you, Jenkins. Like fucking like you always deliver on factual fucking data. And that's nothing what Furus can do. They just want to speak buzzwords. That means jack and shit. And so like looking at this, you can't deal again. We'll go back to the chess game. I don't know, Jenkins, if you saw my example, but like on how chess identifies everything from chess to backgammon. TA gives you a glean on what the market moves without wackadoodle whales doing their shit. But it shows you where the bedrock moves forward. And that is the most important thing that you can do. No indicators, basic fucking candles, and then understanding that and digesting it and actually learning to actually understand the facts and the figures. Same thing with like listening to whales. Once you understand macro finance and how the finance industry works, regardless of what country you live in, it all bends together into a flower. And so you have to understand that. Otherwise, you are ill-equipped to talk, speak, or understand what's going on in the future. So looking at this is like a possible future, but it's a future that's probable. That's the important part. It's understanding the probability, looking at the social consensus of the model that you are dealing with.
Oh yeah, I mean, you got a spot on. Yeah. And then that I mean, there is a lot of people in the next community that, I mean, when you say whales, the macro scale finance thing like that, that's just a whole different level of knowledge. There's just so many smart people that I've learned on in this community. I'm like, and I bought Hex before I even knew the community. Then I went on Twitter and saw the community. I was like, wow, you know, that's why I started streaming and everything. I was like, I have to do this. But yeah, to go back to the beginning, I'm pretty sure I can probably bet my money that I rugged Cabana Crypto more than you have when it comes to streaming. It got to a point where I'm like,
oh boy, that's a tough bet there.
That's a tough battle. I'm
gonna have to go back into the archives.
Yeah, I don't know.
Granted,
I got to the point where I thought I legit felt like a scumbag. I was like, this guy probably thinks I'm just setting him up and just blowing him off every single. It was like 6 straight times where I said yeah and I couldn't, yeah and I couldn't. And it just kept not working and not working. I was like,
and then we almost did, and then I ended it, and then you messaged me literally 2 minutes after, and be like, "All right, I'm ready," and I'm like, "Shit, I just ended."
It's another one of those times where like I'm like, I'm sure you're probably gonna end it. I just got back home and everything. Like I'm probably not gonna catch it, but I want to join the party. Let's see how far this gets, and we finally got it. So
yeah, it's too cool, man. Thanks
well, I think it's the time zone thing. So I was an ICO influencer in 2017. Left my bigwig job at Arcane Studios, where like I'm most famously known, and dealing with interviews in India, Asia, and all the rest of it. I have to wake up or deal with that at 2 a.m., 4 a.m. The time zone shit, it's a thing. And so like even, you know, Cabana's East Coast, I'm Pacific, but you're over, you know, in, like you said, China or Australian time zone. I think it's the same thing or close because, like, I'm sure Australia has multiple different.
I got time. I'm not to cut you. I said I got to be fair with you. Like, okay, I'm in the States right now. Okay, so I would love to keep that going on where no one knows where I'm at, but at least to you, Kool-Aid, I can't lie to you like that. You know you went with it. But I'm in the States, so
the thing is that we all do this. Like again, like Silver's my boy, like my real super boy. And I know it kind of where he is. But like he's shit ton into that Asian time frame. And so when he calls me, it's his afternoon, but it's my 5 a.m. And so like when I talk to him, it's gold as a friend to a friend that actually like he understands a shit ton that a lot of people don't give him credit for. But like Silver's a fucking beast. But he's also a really, really, really good hexagon. And that's the same thing as like when people are shitting on Alex at Hedron. Dude, he's in my Kool-Aid University. The second that the vectors that he was talking about between B shares and wrap T shares, I talked about that shit 2 years ago. Like itemized it 2 years ago. In fact, I talked about doing a game in it with the captain before I made his background 4 months before Big Payday. And now someone actually came out with the utility and they're a good hexagon and they're kind and they're actually talking the points. And people are shitting on that. And that's ludicrous. We all came from the mythos of Richard said to build. And if we come from the Wales quote, each one teach one. If you don't understand that, you are folly to your own fake understanding or maximalism of not accurate ideals. Period.
I like that. Wisdom, straight wisdom. I mean, that's my approach too. Like, I wouldn't be on the internet if it wasn't. I'm just trying to add value to a community that's so special to me, right? Like, obviously, next community, I branch off and do my own thing because I'm an individual. But every time I make it a point, if I'm going to be on Twitter posting something or making a stream, the very least, let me just help somebody understand something that they might. There's a lot of people that want to know charts. You get into crypto, you look at a chart, you have no clue what's going on. My goal is to be like the person I wish I had day one getting into like the markets, because I would have saved myself years and years and years of getting burned and learning the hard way. So at the very least, I try to just keep it valuable. And even then, like no matter what you do on the internet, people are going to complain. You can go out there and get free service, free hours, day after day after day. They'll find a way to complain no matter what. And it's like, just keep doing what you got to do. You owe nobody nothing and keep it valuable. That's my MO when it comes to being on the internet. Just make it valuable.
It's like exactly why I tuned in, sir.
It's like reviews for like a restaurant or something. You know, 1,000 people could eat at a great place and not post anything, but you get a couple that are dissatisfied, maybe not even for a valid reason, but that's the review that's going to go online.
Yeah. Negativity spreads like a wildfire on the internet. It's a toxic place. You got to be careful. But I got to say though, for being the internet, the HEX community, and I know there's been like the differences within, but for being the internet and being how toxic it could be, like the HEX community on Twitter has been one of those places where it's generally positive. Macro scale thinking year in and year out, it's a positive place. The support's there, and you're not going to really go on there and get too toxic. I mean, there's obviously, as you grow, bad eggs kind of join in, and things could get a little ruffled there. But it's, for being the internet, it's impressive how well the HEX community has kept things positive on the macro scale of things.
I think it's because most of us are actually educated. And I mean, yeah, there's even drama that even fun. But like, there's even drama that theoretically I'm even involved with. The difference is that if you rope it back to blood and sand, which is what a gladiator's point is, and you wrap it back to Maximus and are you entertained? And that entertained isn't you being entertained, is to teach you. Because the moral of that story is the general became down to the pleb and fought his way up through adversity to free the people from tyranny. That is the Richard Hart story, is are you not entertained? But you have to really, really, really digest that kind of stuff to truly grasp it. And most people don't want to take the time to do their homework. No homework, Hexkins. If you can't tune in, like, again, I may not be able to show up for Cabana's stream, but I tell you what, I watch all of the goddamn streams at 4 a.m. when I'm still working. I still watch 8 hours a day while working 80 hours a week, because not only are they my friends, not only do I want to see what they have to say, it's important to be able to understand it, to get to onboards for the things that I can link them. Though it's great to send people back to videos from BPD, it's not applicable. The knowledge is fantastic, but it's not applicable to today's combination. Again, that's what TA does. It gives you immediate discourse based on the immediate movement. And so that's the most important thing, that even if you can't be on the stream, do the homework. If you're driving in traffic, you should be listening to streams. If you're doing laundry, you should be listening to streams. If you're fucking cooking food, you should be listening to streams. I don't care how many 15 kids you got, you should be goddamn listening to streams. Because do you want to be a victim of your own ineducation? Because like right now, should you bought Hedron 5 days ago, $400, you'd be doing pretty good. Had you done the same thing in HEX, where my onboard, good guy, love the fucker to death, but he didn't hit me with the goddamn sledgehammer when I came from the ICO influencer that I was in Regal Coin, Hextra Coin, fucking Diver Coin, fucking any scam you could have named, any fucking like Ice Rock Mining, all of it. I was in all of it. And I didn't take the time to digest it. I didn't understand the message. I looked at the man and I looked at the fucking like the snippets. If you want to take cliff notes, you're just going to get to the cliff and then fall off because you did not belong there to begin with.
Experience is the best teacher.
Yes,
That's what I tell people. Like you can come on here and tell people a million things, but until they experience it, like for example, there's one of the coins in crypto this morning that I was telling people it had to break a certain range. If it doesn't break, it's gonna dip down to this other certain range. It was a big dip that I was talking about. The exact thing happened this afternoon, and then people were still like shocked. I'm like, guys, people feeling it their first time, like, oh my god. I'm like, just once you're not gonna, until you really feel it, you'll never truly know it. Because I can tell you a million times what may or may not happen, or how a market moves, or how a market, the waves work, and what structure is key to see, bounces or whatever. But people just, me too, I'm speaking for myself. You just won't.
I mean, you were 14, right? Right, Jenkins? I think you were 14.
14.
Oh, when did you get in 2014?
So I started off as a leverage trader, 2015.
Close enough. 1 market cycle, 2 market cycle. You're now in your 3rd issue, right? But if you don't fuck up in the beginning, and like I basically custodian like 200 people's wallets. I have 16 sponsored kids, and I teach people, I'm going to watch you whenever you do anything because I've fucked up it all. I have been scammed. I have been rugged. I have been conned. I have done all of it. And the one thing I do not want you to do is make my mistakes, but you may not know what them are, and you don't have the time variable to understand them. So I'm just going to watch you to make sure that you are good. And then you will do the homework, like I said. And if you do the homework and you watch the people, whether that's Cabana streams, Richard streams, Jenkins on the TA, Wave 3, which is a different version of TA. The thing I love between Jenkins and Wasabi, Wasabi has these fantastic graphics that like itemize the whole wave thing, whereas Jenkins is just like basic fucking candles. It's brass tacks. No, but that's important. The difference is both are applicable. Both are very, very, very good because they embody two different mythoses of the yin and the yang. Both are very, very important. But the difference is when you watch one and then the other, you can look at the tangible realities and actually get it, right? Like ramen, if you deal with like basic bitch dollar ramen, but you want to like sauce it up and do like all things. Now you made it more gourmet. Maybe you add some Kobe steak to your fucking dollar ramen. Is that still dollar ramen or is it gourmet? You have to understand how the throughput actually identifies the mechanics that allows you to pull in the knowledge. That is
put some egg in that ramen. That's really good too.
Delicious.
Pro tip.
Yeah. Always add the egg.
Yes. You're saying Jenkins?
But yeah, Jenkins, please more charts because like again, like I'm still on the stream and I was like, oh, Jenkins is on. I'm not going to go to the hot tub yet.
I'm being reserved. So I mean, Cabana, you got to gauge me. You got to cut me off because I can really talk for hours.
How about we'll go like 10 more minutes because Discourse F and Hangout comes up at 10, I think. So we'll give a little break in between then. I just wanted to shout out Thomas Turner. Thank you, Cabana and guests. This has been great. Real talk. 4.5 hours, way longer than I ever expected, but the guests were just awesome and they kept coming.
4.5 hours.
Yeah. Just crazy. Yeah. It doesn't even seem like it. Like it feels like I've been here for like an hour and a half, but like just listening and conversing and reading all the comments, time flies when you do this. I can almost understand how they do those 24-hour streams because like a 5x or so from here and I could do one. Maybe I'll do it.
I mean, I just need to make your palm trees move, Cabana, because like I really like you need an upgraded background, sir. Yeah, I won't even do one because I'm too goddamn tired. I'm still busy in the fucking real world that I don't even want to deal with the fucking fake world that I build for the real time living.
My neck is getting sunburnt though, so
well, I mean, like I can fix that in post.
Fix it in post. All right, Jenkins, what else?
Go ahead, Jenkins.
My man?
So I talked about Hedron, talked about Hex, Bitcoin. I know you mentioned Bitcoin at the very beginning when I hopped on. I drew this morning, so don't mind all these waves, but so and it goes back to it, the simple thing, the Fibonacci. It's the third different chart, the third example that we have. So Fibonacci, just draw it on the Bitcoin run up from the COVID 2020 dip all the way to the 69K top. 618 level you see is right here. This red line again. You see how price basically it wasn't perfect right on the line, but it kind of slowed down in this range, found some support. It tapped it one time, which is a clear sign of there's something sitting there. Broke under it, retested as resistance, came down, bounced off another fib level, and then you see bounce. So right now the 65 or the 618 level is a key resistance area. And it goes hand in hand with, I don't know if people follow me here, but I've been talking about the 45, 46K range. So Bitcoin, I guess it's a bear market, but I mean, if you just zoom out the same way we zoom out on Hex, it's mega bullish, right? But I'm talking for the rest of the year. If Bitcoin can break above 45K and flip this 618 level to a support line, then we're probably going to continue moving up. But right now, there's mega bearish conditions. You see, we have this ascending triangle here, but that top line is that 618. Then also, too, a key thing to look at. I'm not a big indicator guy, Kool-Aid, you know that. But if I bust out the indicators, this 200-day moving average, the most important probably moving average in all of crypto, specifically on Bitcoin. It's usually a good sign of a run up when this thing's flipped above it, right? So, I mean, we got manipulated at the 2020 COVID dip when that whole market thing kind of happened. But from then on, you see the price kind of just stayed above it and then really just took off from there. So right now, price is under it. And Kool-Aid, I know you talked about, you mentioned the stream the other day when I talked about not Bitcoin, Richard Hart kind of time in the bear market, the Pulse chain release and everything. Like, last year, that was supposed to happen, right? Bitcoin was supposed to go lower last year. I see where Richard Hart was coming from. The structure was there. We were under the 618 and everything, under the 200-day moving average, flipped it as a resistance line, got a dead cat bounce, but just somehow made new all-time high. And then in my conspiracy, it's not a fact, and it's probably wrong. I'm just going to say it just so I don't get hated on for it. But yeah, the most brilliant idea, in my opinion, would be launching Pulse at the end of a bear market. Which
you are completely correct. Let me tip of the hat as the game theory fucking expert guru, as the guy that ships billion-dollar games for a living. Everything that you said is correct. Everything that you hinted, sorry, phone beeping, is correct. Richard is playing StarCraft for finance. He knows exactly what he wants and what he wants to.
He's smart. He's smarter than all of us.
Exactly. And people should not hate on people identifying what is good fucking tag me in, coach. I'm fresh. Let's go. Like, no, again, back to what you were saying. But again, like that's why I highly appreciate what you do, Jenkins.
And I appreciate that. But yeah, so I guess so what's good for Pulse and why Bitcoin matters is if Bitcoin's bullish, that's good for all altcoins, and that'll be good for HEX, whether people like that or not. I know the whole decorrelation thing's going on, but it's good for every coin if Bitcoin's bullish. So we all know that. But if Bitcoin's bearish, which right now it is, we're in this triangle pattern. We can't break above the 618, and we can't get above this 200-day moving average just yet. If this thing doesn't hold this sort of ascending pattern here, you can fully expect this thing to come tap the 35K range. But I mean, I'm not fully bearish. I've been saying this for a while. I'm not macro scale bearish until we break under that 29, 30K level. But if this is the start of a breakout to the downside, it's not going to look good for all of crypto, but it'll look good for Pulse, in my opinion, because there's going to come a point in time where all markets eventually flip around and go back up. So I just want to get this out of the way, right? If HEX has to go to 6 cents when Bitcoin goes all the way down to 30, 25, 19K, like, so be it. Let's just do it instead of having this thing linger on. It's been like 7 months. And I was watching a stream. I said that in the other stream I had, but I was watching literally Richard Hart, a May of 2021 stream before Pulse Chain was even a real thing. He was talking about, Pulse is this thing that's coming out, and I think it's going to be here before EIP 1559 in Ethereum. And I mean, that clearly didn't happen. So when I come up with these, like, I guess, conspiracies, and I just tell the fundamental reason why I feel this way about Richard Hart timing the markets, because, like, he told us one thing at the beginning, and it had nothing to do with development or coding or anything. This is before, when it was just an idea. And that kind of shifted. And he was super adamant on Bitcoin 10K for that reason. I just think a 10K Bitcoin happening at the same time Pulse launches, Pulse does a 10,000X in less than 2 years off that bottom of the bear market. And for his glory, he called the top and the bottom, So I'm not going to knock him for not getting the call perfect, because I'm a TA guy and we're wrong all the time. Death, taxes, and being wrong at some point in TA is the only guarantees in life or in this world. But I just feel like, yeah, if Bitcoin's going to just go bearish, just break out and just get it out of the way now. Let's just use this whole summer to go full bear market. Let's just get Pulse out of the way. That's if Pulse is done. I know I'm not a developer. I'm not a code guy, but I Pulse is probably not done. But if it's that close to being done, like how it has been for the past 7 months, I mean, let's just get the bear market out of the way and launch that thing.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing about having history, right? It doesn't have to repeat, but it has to rhyme. And so, like, it really doesn't technically matter if it's identifiable to what it actually mirrors. That's the whole thing about a mirage. If you look into the future, it's not actually what's there. It's what you think is there. And maybe it is if you trample down the world to get there. But you have, sorry, phones. You have to, like, actually get there to understand that parabola. But understanding the rhyming is vastly important, along with understanding what come forward. Like, we have so much metric weight moving into the Hexkin inside ecosystem that if you're not understanding that and you're looking at the price, remember, T shares are the value. Price is the multiplier. Value is what you get. Price is what you pay. You are the fundamental weakness to your own understanding on how all this works, period.
Hex Champ, will RH wait for 10K BTC? No, I absolutely not.
No.
think
At
he
this
cares
point, no.
whatsoever. No, it's like when Pulse ready, we pulse. So,
I mean, even look at what Hedron is doing right now, and this chart is just goddamn sexy as fuck. Because if you really understand, no one has even staked HSI stakes. The OGs are locked for fucking 10, 15 years. We have proper ladders that we've talked about as adults for 2 years. We don't even get access to that. You new people, you get that bread and butter. Good for you. But the HSI protocol is allowing us as OG people to mint or claim. But the utility we do not get to that Hedron gets converted to HEX and then pushes that forward to go through that protocol. Or someone that's new can do two different things if you're on Ethereum HEX, which can't roll cheap stakes, which is Pulse. Two different, it's a fork, right? Fork in the road, left or right. If you're on the right fork, then you can have cheap transactions, do what you want, roll stakes out weekly. Great for you. If you're on the Ethereum fork, when the next crypto kitties, oh yeah, 2017, the next NFT phase, oh yeah, 2020, or the next thing that clogs up the market, just like your sink gets clogged, where are you using your asset run? Hedron and Staker are two different marriages of the same ideal, a wrapper around things that allows you to have a better throughput. And so anything that moves into Ethereum HEX better be at least 10 or 15 years, because why wouldn't you? You now have options. Options are fantastic. You ever tried to bake a cake with only salt and fucking vinegar? Ain't gonna fucking work for you. You want options.
I
always love your analogies there.
Yeah, that's why they pay me not the big bucks to sit in the room and whiteboard shit to billionaires. I swear to God.
Well, as we close, because we're coming up against the top of the hour, I was curious, Jenkins, do you have an Ethereum chart that you could post? I just asked because your Bitcoin kind of bottom area, I would call it around the 20K, which was like the former top, and I could see that ultimately being the next bottom. I would just be curious to see if you had an Ethereum chart that would show something similar, that maybe that 1400 old top could be, if it aligned with your Bitcoin chart. I'd just be curious, because it's crazy how symmetrical they can be, or you can overlap them in a sense. And I'll do some shout outs really quick as we close. Hexiest man in the world, listen to streams. Yeah, well put. Kool-Aid, listen to streams no matter what you're doing. Absolutely. Yeah, Rocket Mob was like, yeah, Hedron. There's got to be a dollar jar on this show.
I do the same problem. Don't worry, sir.
Yeah, dollar every time you say it. Hedron is like pregame. What's coming ahead with Pulse and PulseX? Who else is in here? SJ, yeah, I was shouting out some Hexkins. So Tap, Kincaid, and I saw SJ out there in Vegas. Phenomenal stream. Nice to come back to such a high quality info.
She is my general number 2. So Chris Side Effects and then SJ. They're my 2 biggest onboards that are hustling in the Hex community.
That's awesome.
She's on her way to my house actually as we speak. So she is a hustler, and that's what I respect. Actually build. If you want to do something, same thing that Richard said, build it. Field of dreams. If you build it, they will come.
There you go. So shout out SJ. I would like to meet you and all the other Hexkins who I have not met yet at the next event. Let's see what else. I think we got pretty much to the end there. If you got the ETH chart, boom.
I do. Let me know. Let me know when you put me in. I think I'm already looking at it.
Yeah, you're good. You're looking good, sir.
So I just threw the Fibonacci on to keep it short, sweet, and simple. So 2 things I'll point out. So the same ascending, that ascending triangle pattern we have in Bitcoin, we're having a pattern in a triangle pattern in Ethereum too. This one's just a normal triangle, the descending top, ascending bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waves. It's not holding strong at all right now. I just go past like price structure, right? Boom, right here. Got some resistance. Whoops, it's crooked. If I zoom in real quick, you see price bounced off of it already. So it's looking like it wants to break to the downside. I'm not seeing a topside breakout until we break above 2760-ish or whatever. But with this Fibonacci, I made the same Fibonacci from COVID dip like I did with Bitcoin to the Ethereum top. 20K or like it's just like 19-ish K. That level for Bitcoin with the same exact metric used here would be the 236 here. It's just below, not the tip top, right, that you're pointing out, but it's like you see right here. If I draw this line, perfectly lined.
I mean, it's never exact. So yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. And yeah, you just drew it out perfect. Yeah.
And but look, I mean, even it's not exact, but it kind of is a lot of times with Fibonacci's. It's kind of scary accurate. I'm gonna go off this top right here. That exact touch right off that mini top, not the all-time high, but you extend that thing across, and then boom, 236 level here. You see the price action kind of slow down here. There's that big scammy kind of wick, almost bouncing the same range. But if you're going to see Bitcoin go down to 20K, you're going to see Ethereum probably touch 1250-ish, so 14K, let's say. So roughly in that same area. So yeah, they're going hand in hand with each other. So yeah, that's a good analysis that you have without even looking at the chart, Cabana.
Yeah, well, those are the levels that have been in my head, and that's where I'll have, some buy orders in those areas just, to diversify a little bit one day. Not really too worried about that. My main allocation is about to bear fruit, hopefully this year, or the rest of that allocation. I'm just sitting, watching my HEX, like one of the commenters earlier said, Krypto Kool-Aid, just sitting back, relaxing, chilling, and watching that trustless yield just flow in. So
I don't know ever about chilling. I mean, I still have like 3 jobs to do. Oh God, shut up.
That's just what the commenter said. So I'm just saying. All right, well, let's wrap this up because I think we got an effing hangout coming up. Jenkins, man, where can we find you, man?
On Twitter, you can find me. You can find me on YouTube. If you want to find me bad enough, you guys will find me. I'll leave it at that.
That's the Kool-Aid philosophy. There you go. I don't even gonna ask Kool-Aid. So.
Nope. Only my friends have my fucking cell phone number, and that's exactly how you find me. And so if you're not my close friend, you can find me if you look. What you should do is do the homework, because even if I'm not on stream, there are plenty of us that give a plethora of knowledge, and that's what you should look for. Not a individual, but a ideal.
There you go. I agree exactly with that. So yeah, if they need me, they'll find me.
Agreed. And just there you go. Got big news coming up on the Friday night hangout. I actually just remembered this when I saw this tweet, but from Kinetics, saw Whales Only tweeted out yesterday. So got some nice stuff to announce, I think, the way Whales worded it. So
I can assure you the DS stuff is going to be on fire. I can pretty much assure you that anything that DS does may or may not have my game theory brain around it. So it's going to be like always trust in the Captain Kinetics. They have hexagon ideals inside embodied that we all help each other. That is what we do.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Kool-Aid. Thank you,
Molly.
Gunther, Jenkins, Big K, Vince, everybody who was on tonight. Just made this a marathon show, almost 5 hours. Crazy. Motley said we made it to the effing hangout. Impressive, gents. Yep, the countdown is on. So.
You were supposed to be here, Motley. You're the one that's always here, and I fucking miss it. What the fuck, dude?
Head on over there, and yeah, we will see you next time. Cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.